live, and I didn't even put myself in the screen. Went live with a black box. Casey's gonna jump in. That's right, baby. Ben Simmons is back, baby.
But whose side is he on?
Whose side is he on?
Man, Marcus is right. We had to start the show. I think I'm looking at IMK Diddy on Twitter. I think it's gonna be a little spicy.
I mean, you know,
Gonna be a little spicy.
It's just another day out here, man. Just another day. You gotta educate people. That's all it is,
All
man.
right. Yeah, some fun. Yeah, some fun. We in here. You already know, Dr. David. Yeah. Everybody knows it's Ben Simmons Day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shabano Slander has entered the building.
Shabano might get a pass today. Ain't nobody talking about Shabano today.
He might. Oh, Lord, Dr. David, I didn't even see it. Hold on.
I think I saw it.
Hold on. Oh, man. Goodness gracious. Y'all do your thing, man. Y'all do your thing. Just give us a producer credit. What's up, Ken Smith? What's up, Warren? Yeah, I see it. Dr. David. Yeah, Knicks. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. They crazy out there. Will Z. What up, Will Z? We getting high pitch. We getting high voice KC today. I don't know. I didn't even say.
Hey, man. I just be saying. I just say what I gotta say. That's all it is, man. Just say what I gotta say. You know what I mean? That's all I can do.
Yeah,
I didn't see this this Knicks Haliburton stuff though.
Oh, it's out there. Yeah, it's yeah, it's a bit goofy. Yeah, I got a couple people on Twitter. What's up, Twitter? Appreciate you. Come watch the whole show. I mean, you can watch the whole show on Twitter if you want to. I think you have more fun if you head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. That's just my opinion. Who is picking up Ben Simmons at the airport? Let's see. We'll send one of them driverless cars that Vivek got.
Look, man, I'd pick him up.
Well, you got the ride for it.
Just as long as I'm not taking Fox, Haliburton, or Davion to the airport in exchange. Mm-hmm. He can play for the Kings.
Mm-hmm. There ain't even no reason to do that.
Oh, I see what happened.
Did you see Iman Shumpert?
I saw the clip.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that started yesterday. I knew he was going to be on there, but I didn't know it already started.
Yeah, I would never know that started. I just saw the clip. Hey man, it's the off season. I gotta show it off. It's the off season, man. 10 pounds of muscle.
Yeah, man. And it's gonna be hot for a little while.
Yeah, that's at least trash. I'm tired of this, dude.
I am, man.
Tired of this.
I am too. I realized.
Ooh, it's gonna be spicy today.
I guess so.
My man Marcus.
I guess that's what we doing.
Jesse said, as we logged in, he's like, man, I think there's gonna be some arguing today. Ben Simmons season is back. We missed you the last 2 weeks.
That boy got his own season this year.
What's funny about like Ben Simmons is what's funny about the report today from Adrian Wojnarowski is I had to go to Keith Pompeys' Twitter page and then go back to his article from the Philadelphia Inquirer, which was almost a month ago. It was August 31st, to see if it was any different. For those who didn't take the time to do that, spoiler alert, it wasn't any different. What Woj reported today is what Keith Pompey reported nearly a month ago. Like, yeah, I told you he went and Scheftered the deal. He was like, yo, I'm just gonna go tweet something. I'm like, what's it matter? I'm just gonna tweet and put it out there. I'm just gonna go put this tweet out. We'll make it happen. But Ben Simmons season is back. Unlike Kenny, for those who are watching on YouTube and Twitch, I don't know where the hell he just went. He over there playing. You know what Casey's doing? He's clapping back at people on Twitter, and he accidentally closed his browser and eliminated himself from the screen. So
I'm doing research, which is what a lot of people on Twitter don't do.
No, they don't do that.
That's what happens. They just don't do it. So I'm out here trying to make sure I got my facts straight, make sure I got my ears, make sure what I saw matches up with what actually happened. That don't happen on Twitter, though.
Well, what we know for sure, if you were with us late in the show yesterday, you know that Tyrese Haliburton and De'Aaron Fox spoke to the media today. We'll bring back some of their comments, particularly the one about Tyrese Haliburton talking about the playoff drought. I want to get into that. We just found out literally moments ago, Harrison Barnes is speaking to the media today. We know Davion Mitchell was scheduled to speak to the media. He's going to do that at 1:30. Harrison Barnes is actually going to speak in about 45 minutes or so. If you missed this yesterday, we're not going to carry it live because it's not on like a central topic. Like it's very random. And we tuned in during a commercial break and we're like, let's run this on the pre-record and we'll bring some of the comments back. So that's what we're going to do today with Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell. We're going to bring those comments to you. Of course, we're going to talk a ton about, I guess, Woj confirming Keith Pompey's report. And I'm not trying to knock Woj. I just find it weird. We take off in the basketball universe because of what Woj tweets, neglecting the fact that this was reported on like a month ago. But I don't know. That's just me. We'll dive into all of that. The Packers get their win. This is what you wanted.
Yeah.
Packers get the win against.
Win accordingly.
So the Packers get the win, and Aaron Rodgers says it's nice to get the trolls off your back, and he's peak Aaron Rodgers, dude. Like,
what's this guy doing, man? I tell you, man. Boy, wait, yeah, good. Talk
go
to
ahead.
me,
go ahead. I'm up for it. I'm up for it.
Boy, these kids are some circus clowns.
I mean, wouldn't it get the trolls off your back, fam? You put up 3 points in the season opener. Your team and you both look like trash. What do you expect people to say?
Yeah, trolls.
Lego movie, everything is awesome. No.
Yeah, trolls aren't the same as people just talking about how bad you are. Those aren't the same thing. Watching, I was like, what old show is this? And I'm like, well, what, am I behind? Like, did I hit pause? What is going on? He had like 100 yards or something like that passing, and it was like 17-14. I was like, what is this? I, honest to God, thought something was wrong with my Hulu app. But no, something's wrong with Bleacher Report.
I saw something later in the night where Bleacher Report says something, Packers get back on track, back to being Super Bowl contenders.
Okay. So
oh my gosh, bro. I swear.
Now's the week you got to be careful because you may be serving these words back up to me on a plate later on. The Detroit Lions are terrible. Jared Goff was the leading rusher yesterday for the Detroit Lions. Just to put yesterday's game into some context. Maybe that's why Bleacher Report thought he was carving him up. I am not of the belief that the Green Bay Packers played particularly well yesterday. I don't think they certainly weren't bad, but like for me to go, okay, okay, Packers 13-3. Okay, Packers back to where, but you know what it is.
Okay,
let's go. Nah, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Okay, cheeseheads. I didn't see it. And so as I watched that offense, I watched that offense like, I'm not scouting. I don't got game day with Kenny Caraway or nothing. But as I was watching that offense, I was thinking, man, I don't know that this offense is better than the San Francisco 49ers defense. I mean, 49ers got some problems coming out of week 2, mostly at the running back position, maybe a little bit in the offensive end, maybe some concerns on the offensive side of the ball. But defensively, I like where this team is at. Front 7-wise, I love where this team is at. I ain't worried about the Packers if I'm a 49er fan this week.
I'm not worried about the Packers defense. I think Kyle Shanahan traditionally, and I don't think much will change on Sunday. He's going to have opportunities to have his way with that Packers defense. Whether it's with Kittle, Debo, who's at the top of the charts, at the top of the list of receiving yards this year.
Yep.
We'll see what happens with the run game, but I think Ayuk will be involved. I think there's just going to be a bunch of options for Kyle Shanahan on the offensive end. On the defensive end, I feel confident in what they do against Green Bay. I really do. But I'm no fool, Davion. As much as I don't like the man, or I shouldn't say I don't know him, as much as I'm not a fan of the man, Aaron Rodgers is still one of the greatest players we've ever seen in this game. And he has the ability to turn it on at a moment's notice. And there's a certain level of reverence that I will always have for going up against Aaron Rodgers because he's that good. I'm not going to disrespect the man and what he can do on the field. I do know, however, that if you get ahead of this team, if you jump on them early, Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, they will go away. They're not going to fight. I'm pretty sure about that. So one of the keys already is to get off to a good start. Don't give them any belief that this time against San Francisco is going to be any different than the other times they came into San Francisco when they were fully healthy. They came in last year on Thursday night when we had Craycraft out there. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. But against a full squad, don't give them any belief that it's going to be any different than it normally is against the 49ers, and they'll go away.
Okay. I think more of that offense going against the 49ers defense. I mean, there's a million different storylines looking at this game. Of course, Aaron Rodgers being in San Francisco, all of those different things. Like we'll be able to talk about all of that as the week goes along. But the Packers and the Lions closed out week number 2 in the NFL season, and we've got power rankings.
Yeah,
and I think we're gonna have some controversy in this week's power rankings. We're going to have those coming up for you in about an hour. Conversation pending. We're expecting today's show to be a little fiery. So we will, just know we got power rankings in our back pocket, and I definitely think there's going to be some. I'm going to get some side eyes, and I'll take it. I'm going to get some side eyes, and I'll take it. But
okay. All right.
We had to start making some decisions headed into this latest edition of the power rankings. But the Packers and the Lions closed things out for week number 2 last night. The Packers bounced back, I guess, from that week 1 loss. They beat the Lions 35-17, and that sets up Sunday Night Football. Sets up 49er Friday. It sets up E40 Friday. E40 is going to join us Friday at 3:20. We'll talk music, of course. We'll talk being an entrepreneur. We're going to talk 49ers football as well.
Oh, you know that.
We'll talk 49ers Packers with E40 when he joins us coming up on Friday. So we'll have lots of time to dive into this game, which it's going to be worthy of the Sunday night moniker for sure.
Yeah, I'm ready for this game. I'm ready. I want some, matter of fact, just go ahead, Rick.
I'm ready now.
I am, although
Brick might go into a box.
Yeah, that's a guy I don't really want to be affiliated with, to be honest with you.
Rick, Yeah, we're gonna put Ric Flair in a box for right
Gotcha.
now. He
Gotcha.
probably
Yeah.
he probably should stop tweeting too. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just, I'll just go with Tyrese for no reason.
What more do you want from me?
Never gets old. I think that's one of my favorite drops. That's one of my favorite drops. And the Floyd boy. That's a good one.
Yeah,
too.
we got some circus, and we got some circus clowns all
Man.
over the place.
Boy, they
oh boy.
so we might as well just rip the Band-Aid off and get into it. We was trying to ease into some things, but there's no purpose. We've got plenty of Sacramento Kings basketball that we want to talk about. We want to bring back some of the clips from De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton yesterday, dive deeper into some of the different things that they talked about. And it appears, media days Monday, camps Tuesday. I think everybody's here. Rashawn Holmes was working out. We know Marvin's here. Buddy's here. We know De'Aaron and Tyrese is here. Harrison Barnes is speaking to the media in about 30 minutes. Davion Mitchell speaking in over an hour. Feels like the squad is here.
I bet if somebody was on this squad, they still wouldn't be here.
Is that a Ben Simmons remark?
I don't know.
I feel like Ben would be here. All right, I told you today's show was going to be spicy. You know how KC gets when he gets a little flamethrower on his shoulder. People been going at him on social media about these trades. He's getting fan bases coming at him from across the country. So let's dive into it. It's been a couple of weeks, but Ben Simmons' season is back. You want to get in? You want to be a part of the conversation?
Season.
That's what it is, baby. It's been a whole. It ain't been. There was the regular season. There was the postseason. There was the finals, and now it's Ben Simmons' season. It's been Ben Simmons' season ever since his coach and his teammate blamed him for a Game 7 loss.
Hey, look, I'm gonna talk about that too. I'm gonna talk about that.
Let's get into it. We'll dive into all of that stuff. Get comfortable, relax, grab some water, grab your lunch. We're with you for the next 4 hours on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're with you for the next 4 hours on the Odyssey app, and of course on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Is there something wrong with the stream, or was it just being funny for a minute?
I didn't see nothing.
Yeah, I didn't see any. Okay. Yeah, we normally know when something's off on our end. You say it's a bad stream on YouTube. Normally we know when something's off.
Well, I didn't see that. Maybe in the first 2 or 3 minutes you got a little fuzzy, but that was a long time ago at this point.
Okay. Y'all want to, since y'all in here nice and early, can you hit the thumbs up?
Do it down, man. Just do it down.
Can y'all just go ahead and just get it out the way? Like it takes 2 seconds. There's 89 people watching just on YouTube alone. We got 33 thumbs up. John, what are you doing? You act like you ain't gotten a paycheck in the mail. I know, John, that you haven't gotten a paycheck in the mail, but man, this rumor been out there for like 2 decades. I hope so. I doubt it, but I hope so.
I like the Fugees. I like that idea. I'm not. Yeah, they're coming to Oakland.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I'm going to Oakland to go watch the Fugees.
I'm not sure I'm going anywhere that requires me to throw my confidence behind Lauryn Hill. I'm just not willing to do that because I'm not going to be the guy.
I'd take a chance on Lauren. Yeah, I think she showed up and stuff like that.
Because I just ain't going to be the guy who shows up at a show and go, Lauryn Hill's 4 hours late. Like, yeah, like that's your fault. Like you didn't know. That's the MO. But
I also, Damien, would not say that. I would go, and if she was 4 hours late, I know what I got into. I know what I tried to. I'll take a chance to see Lauryn Hill. They just don't. The Fugees, to me, I could be wrong. Fugees, Lauryn Hill. Maybe if you combine the two, they got hour and a half worth of work. I know they're doing the whole album, the score or whatever, but Just not a lot of
Yeah,
material.
but you could do the miseducation of Lauryn Hill. You
That's
could
what
do
I'm
the
saying. You could do
Wyclef
Lauryn.
joints. You could do
the
there's a couple out there.
Yeah.
Yo, just get a beat and let Praz freestyle.
Yeah.
Like, yo, Praz was one of the dopest freestylers ever.
I'll put it to you like this. I would go to that just because, you know, I like the Fugees and it'd be something to do. It wouldn't be like, oh my God, I can't miss this. That's not how I feel about that one. Plus, it's going to Oakland. If it was in Sacramento, easily, like, yeah, I'd be there. Oakland, I got to drive to Oakland. I got to come back. What day of the week is this? Ever since I moved, well, it's not even me moving back. It's since the traffic got ridiculous going to the Bay Area. I'm just so on driving to the Bay Area. I used to make that drive once a week. Make it, boom, I'm up out of there. Now it's like, I don't know if I want to make that drive. Traffic starts in West Sac. It's like, come on, man.
Y'all keep hitting them thumbs up. There's triple digits watching here just on YouTube alone. We should be coming back any second. Boy, Ben Simmons, bring the crew out. The squad.
What are we going to do when he actually finds a team? I want him to just never find a team.
Pray for dissension from someone else. We need dissension. Ooh la la. Oh. It's a Ben Simmons Tuesday here on Twitch, on YouTube, and on the Odyssey app. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app yet, do it now. You can listen to D-Lo and KC live from 12 to 4 every single day, 12 to 4 Pacific Standard Time. You could listen live on demand through the podcast feature, and you can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted this morning and reported today that Ben Simmons will not report to Philadelphia 76ers training camp next week and won't play another game for the team. If that sounds familiar, it's because it is. Keith Pompeys had that same exact report about 3 weeks ago. Why this is news today, I'm not particularly sure, but when Woj tweets something, it becomes a big deal, and the people are fired up. Because at some point, Casey, you just asked a great question during the break. We've had fun. Like I called it Ben Simmons season, and I mean it. Like, yo, look at YouTube, look at Twitch, look at the podcast numbers. Show's been popping with Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
What are we going to do when Ben Simmons actually lands on a new team? And it's kind of like we're at that point now. I don't know that it needs to be done before training camp, but we are getting to the point where, okay, this has got to come to an end at some point. Like something has to get done here. And I don't know if this was, Clutch or Rich Paul directly, reaching out to Woj, like we're a week away. We need to push this along. We need to get something moving. We need to let teams know that Daryl Morey has absolutely no leverage in this situation. Like we need to get something happening here. Yeah. But at some point, this has got to come to an end, Casey.
I mean, and I put the onus on Philly. I mean, what are you guys doing? What do you think is going to happen? You think all of a sudden Milwaukee's going to come? All right, we've waited long enough. Here's Giannis for Ben Simmons. Like, no, you're not getting much of anything for Ben Simmons. At least what you're thinking. You're not getting another all-star. You're not getting another superstar player from Ben Simmons. It's not happening. So what are we waiting for?
Let me ask you a question. We all saw how Game 7 ended, and that's really been the crux behind all of this. What if Doc Rivers hadn't said anything? What if Joel Embiid hadn't said anything? Would the situation be at all different?
I don't think so. Not if you're watching the games.
No, I understand that, but doesn't it feel? I don't know. It feels like it was amplified to me by those comments from Doc Rivers and
Well, I mean,
Ben Simmons.
It could have been. It probably was. That is part of the story. I understand what you're talking about with that. That's part of the package when it comes to trying to deal with Ben Simmons and figure out if you want him on your team or not. Because people can talk about how Joel Embiid and Doc Rivers were wrong all they want.
Mm-hmm.
They know. They've just been. Embiid's been dealing with this man for the last 3 years. Doc Rivers got there. He did a whole year with them. They didn't, according to how they feel and what they believe, and what a lot of other people believe, they didn't lie. You can say they shouldn't have said it. They know.
They didn't do their general manager any favors. Then you could talk about like this is what we talk about as media people. Like, you want your people to be honest? Okay. You got an honest answer from Doc Rivers that he immediately regretted. He tried to clean it up the next day. It didn't work. You got an honest answer from Joel Embiid that he tried to clean up months later. But I don't care how many people watched the game. I don't care how many people thought they were tuned into Ben Simmons. I don't care how many people want to critique Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons' career as a Philadelphia 76er was dead the second Doc Rivers said he couldn't win a playoff series with him, or he didn't know if he could win a playoff series with him, or a championship series, or whatever that particular line was that day following that Game 7. Doc, Joel Embiid, they destroyed even if it was an extra draft pick, even if it was a bench player, they destroyed any leverage that Daryl Morey has in this situation. They couldn't even quietly try to trade Ben Simmons because of those remarks by those two. Ben Simmons' career was over the second those press conferences were done. His career in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah.
And Joel, I don't know about Doc because Doc just got there, but Joel's probably like, good. Like, I'm tired of this.
That's fine.
I just had an MVP season. I don't even want the charade of, oh, maybe we can come back and do this again. We've been doing this for 3 years. He is who he is. I want to move on. I want to win. I want to advance. It's not going to happen with this guy. If I blow up the bridge.
And he went about it the wrong way. Because you can't tell me that didn't have an effect on where we are right now.
I don't think
Kyrie Irving asked for a trade. How long was it before Kyrie got traded?
Probably
you
2 months.
You can't tell me. Look, I don't care what you think of Ben Simmons. You can't tell me he's trash.
No,
Ben Simmons is not trash.
So let me ask you this. Let's play this hypothetical. If Joel and Doc don't say anything, are the trade proposals different in your opinion?
Maybe they're different. Maybe they're not. But you know what? They're not. They're probably not public.
I would make the argument that these people that are
the problem is that they're public. The problem is that it appears, whether in Golden State has refuted this. The problem is there were reports that Golden State was openly laughing at what Daryl Morey asked for. There were reports that the Toronto Raptors were openly laughing at what Philadelphia was asking for. Now Daryl Morey has made a joke out of himself.
Yeah, and it's all Daryl. And I know you're not saying this. It's all Daryl Morey, not Doc Rivers and Joel Embiid. It's public and it's laughable because Daryl Morey is making these insane proposals. Not because the proposals are happening. If they were real, legit negotiations, and he said, hey, let's keep it under wraps, they could do that. But this guy's asking for the Bay Bridge. Like, get out of here. Can you believe what this guy said? It's on Daryl Morey, not on Doc Rivers and Joel Embiid.
Yeah, but I still think they played a part in it. I think they played a part in the fact that this thing is still drawn out. Because here's how I'd look at it. Like, what's the conversation here in Sacramento? Tyrese, De'Aaron, again, we understand that's all laughable. Now we're putting Davion Mitchell in the conversation. If you believe, if Monty McNair believes, no, Davion's a piece of our core. He's going to work himself into core. Right now, he's core.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I look at Daryl Morey. If I'm Monty McNair, I look at Daryl Morey. If I'm any general manager in the league and go, bruh, there's literally nothing you can do. Your coach buried him. Your MVP caliber player buried him. And now through his people, they're saying he ain't coming back to you. Like, it's over. You don't have the leverage to ask for De'Aaron Fox. You don't have the leverage to ask for Tyrese Haliburton. Fam, you don't have the leverage to ask for a player who has never stepped on an NBA regular season floor. You don't have the leverage for any of that. That's not just true for Monty McNair. That's true across the league. Their leverage is dead. At this point, they very much have to take whatever they can get.
Yeah, that's Daryl Morey's fault. Because he said he didn't negotiate in good faith to begin with. So everybody
and that's another
his
piece.
Bluff.
Yep.
Every team in the league called his bluff and was like, all right,
they're all
we'll talk to you later.
Here, I'll meet you in the middle. They're all equally as responsible to where we are right now. Because for me, for Doc and Joel to be as public as they were with essentially trashing, even in the heat of the moment, Ben Simmons, it was over right there. It was over when Daryl Morey started acting like a jackass. When Daryl Morey thought Ben Simmons was James Harden.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the deal, right? He wanted the James Harden deal. Like, dude, you're being stupid. That ain't it.
I'll put another piece on this. It was over when Ben Simmons performed the way he performed. I mean, it was like, once again, people, you've heard me say this ad nauseum. I'll say it again. People say, oh, what happened in Game 7? Or what happened in this Hawks series? You're overreacting to that. Fam, I've been saying this for 3 years. He's never proved me wrong. 3 years ago, I said after that Raptors series. In fact, it started with that Boston series before when was he a rookie? I think Tatum and Brown were locking him up and making Simmons disappear. I was like, I don't like this. I wasn't ready to trade him. I was like, I don't like this. But then after I saw him in that Toronto series the following year, I said, and Dr. David likes to pull up my tweets. You could probably find this because I tweeted out, get him the hell out of here now while you can get something for him. This was 3 years ago. He has done nothing to prove me wrong since then. You can come with the accolades and the All-NBAs, defense, All-Star, all this other stuff. When the lights are on, when the chips are down, he has done nothing he's done the same thing every single time. They were posting missing pictures on phone poles in Brooklyn because he was so stinky. Ironically, that one game after they did that, that was the one time Ben Simmons ever answered the bell. I think he had like a 25-point game after they were making fun of him in Brooklyn. That was the one time in his career he ever answered the bell. But everybody is overreacting and all this other stuff. This is who he's been for the majority of he's been in the NBA. He's been this player that flames out, that doesn't produce when the lights are the brightest.
Is Ben Simmons the reason the Philadelphia 76ers haven't won a championship? I think you're overreacting just by thinking about it that long.
I want to say yes. You mean to tell me if they had since everybody wants to talk about All-Star, if they had any other All-Star, since y'all want to talk about All-Star, they had any other All-Star, would they have won a championship or at least gotten to an NBA Finals?
Well, who's any other All-Star? I mean, like if it was Chris Paul.
Yeah, and we go on the All-Star list. People talk about All-Stars. Who made the All-Star team this year? Pick anybody else on that team, and you ask me if they would have been in a better position than they were with Ben Simmons. I'll say yes, hands down. Ben Simmons probably shouldn't even been an All-Star. We already talked about that. He made it over Chris Middleton and a couple other guys. But everybody want to talk about him being an All-Star. Take any other All-Star on that team. You put them on that Sixers team, they're a better team.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure there are guys who will make that team better. I think it's generic to take anyone like I don't know that Chris Middleton would have taken them to a finals appearance, but
that's the whole point. Ben Simmons ain't taking nobody nowhere. He'd be the complimentary role. Joel Embiid is the best player, and Chris Middleton will play a better complimentary role than Ben Simmons would. if I want to say it, I could say, hell, we've seen him do it just now. He played the complimentary role to Giannis perfectly. They won an NBA championship.
Tweeted on May 12th, 2019. The Sixers seriously need to trade Ben Simmons. Just complete waste of space out there late in the playoffs. Again, that was May 12th, 2019. So let me ask you this then.
This was a Raptor series.
We've ruled out Davion, Tyrese, and Ben, or De'Aaron. Does the universal deal make the Sacramento Kings better? For those who are new to the program,
you mean if they make the deal?
Bagley and some combination of picks.
Yeah, I think it makes it better.
That makes the Sacramento Kings team better?
Yeah.
Why? Because of his defense, and you're getting in the question mark that Marvin constantly is.
Well, Marvin can't stay healthy. Buddy Hield, I think differently than some other people. While he's a fine player, you're not losing much if you lose Buddy Hield when you have a Davion, when you have a Terrence Davis to fill in behind him, Tyrese Haliburton to take his spot in the starting role. So you're actually probably getting better there. And then Marvin, I think ultimately, I believe Marvin has more talent, more potential to be a better player than Ben Simmons. But the reality of the matter is he can't stay on the floor right now. And if he's not going to be committed to stay here and try and work through that and get better and be a part of this, and he wants to go, then, you move on from him as well. And you get Ben Simmons, who's a good defender.
Is there a situation where Houston and Philly actually do a deal?
Mm-hmm. I think
you think so? I keep trying to figure out what Houston is trying to accomplish because they're not trying to win, right? Like, or at least I don't think that right now.
I feel like they're probably thinking they're ready to turn the corner, right? They're like, okay, we stunk it up. We got this second pick. We got this guy that we feel can be a franchise player in Jalen Green. Now it's time to turn the corner and trend upward. Now, not saying that they believe next year they're going to be battling for a postseason spot. Not saying that, but they're not dipping any lower, and they're not trying to dip any lower. They've already hit rock bottom. Now they want to start moving up.
Okay. Does Ben Simmons help? I mean, there are people who think John Wall would help Philly, which I guess I don't know. I don't know. I kind of need to see that one to believe it. Yeah. And I like John Wall, but this version of John Wall is not the John Wall
Washington version.
Yeah, it's not that version.
Ben Simmons helps because they have enough talented players, or at least like it seems like they have enough talented players where he can stand in the corner like he likes to do late in games, and it won't hurt him. You're not expecting him to do anything. You got Jalen Green, you got Christian Wood, you even got a guy like Tate who's not afraid out there. You got Sengun on the block, and Ben Simmons will not be looked at to do anything in the fourth quarter other than guard somebody.
Let's open up the phone lines for you. You want to jump in here? I'm sure plenty of you have some thoughts, as we can see here in the chat house on youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can get in on the phone lines as well. Chat's a great way to interact in the moment. Phone lines are always available for you. 916-349-1320. Paul, you're first up today. Paul, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
What's up, Paul?
Doing good, brothers. I just want to let you guys know that I love what you guys do. You guys bring a amazing, like a different perspective, the perspective that I feel to the sports talk radio, man, and with the knowledge and everything, and I love what you guys are doing, man.
Thank you.
I've told all my my buddies, my family, and even my fiance, like, hey, listen to this, this is what I like to hear. And to kind of go back to what you guys were talking about with Ben Simmons, you know, I think this guy's overrated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, he kind of reminds me of like a spoiled kid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's always had everything handed to him, so he doesn't have to try to shoot threes. He doesn't have to try to work on his free throws. You know, yeah, he can defend, but I think he's overrated. I don't think that the Sacramento Kings are going to be any better with him, giving up who they have to give up to get him.
Okay.
I
Yeah, Paul, first of all, man, we appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you.
Sir.
We're absolutely thrilled that you're digging the show.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to be the broken record, man. You got to watch that one and done doc. I feel like that documentary 5 years ago told you who Ben Simmons was.
Mm-hmm.
And my perception on him hasn't changed. Now I'm a little bit different in the, and I think you are too, given by the faces that you made there, that I disagree with Paul in the sense that I do think Ben Simmons can help the Sacramento Kings.
Now, to be fair to what Paul said, he said he couldn't help them in what they would have to give up. And I agree with that. You know,
right.
I mean? Well, what
Daryl Morey wants them to give up. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Wow. So
but if it's the universal deal,
we can do that.
I think it makes the team better.
I think Ben Simmons, I agree with Paul. I think he's overrated, but you got to understand when people say overrated. Like when I hear people talk
he's
about
rated really high.
Yeah,
right.
They got him as one of the best players in the league. I don't believe he's one of the best players in the league. That also doesn't mean I think he's a scrub. That doesn't mean I think he's trash. That doesn't mean I don't think he can help teams be a good ball club. But it's got to be a certain group that you got to put around him to, number one, get the best out of him. Number two, hide his deficiencies, and also let all of that come together and have your team be successful as well.
So let's go back to something that we've talked regularly to James Ham about.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll slap myself on the wrist now.
Oh.
Bad host. Does it make more sense for Ben Simmons for the universal deal to be Marvin and Harrison versus Marvin and Buddy?
That's probably a better deal for Philadelphia.
But Philly wants the shooter. or as my partner would say, don't make that face. You're going to ruin it. Philly wants the perception of the shooter. Now, hey, Philly, if you're listening, Steph, Ben, or Steph, Buddy. That's how it goes. It's Steph and then Buddy. That's the 3 point. So if you're listening in Philadelphia, just remember that. It's Steph and then it's Buddy. Don't pay any attention to my partner's faces, and don't pay any attention to him turning his nose up. Don't do that. Buddy is a fantastic 3-point shooter and super reliable. And no, Doc Rivers will not be frustrated with his defense at all. But with that said, you've always said Ben needs shooters around him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you've got now we've put all of this. Davion's got the weight of the defensive world of Sacramento on his shoulders. He ain't even donned his regular season uniform yet. He ain't even gotten to his first media day yet. But regardless of what you think about Ben Simmons offensively, if Davion's here, Ben Simmons walks in the door. Now suddenly you don't have one guy who's capable of playing great defense. You have two. And you have a guy who is at times capable of scoring. And then you've got De'Aaron, kind of leading the charge through the whole thing, and Tyrese, who could do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really interested in keeping Buddy Hield around with this group.
Okay.
Just now, where's he going to play? I mean, Fox and Tyrese are playing 30-something minutes a night. I want Davion in there. I continue to say it, but, there's been pushback. I think Terrence Davis is better than Buddy Hield. There's no need to keep Buddy Hield around.
Okay.
With this particular group.
And to be clear, I have zero desire to trade Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, I don't want to trade
zero.
I don't want to trade Harrison Barnes. Just not interested in that. The other part of the universal deal, though, putting Buddy back in there, is I keep asking the question. People look at me like I'm crazy when I ask it.
Mm-hmm.
But why would Philadelphia want to trade for Buddy Hield when you have Shake Milton and Seth Curry there? And people look at, Shake Milton, Shake Milton shot 35% from three. He's making $1.8 and $1.9 million over the next 2 years. He averaged 13 points a game this past year. If I read that, 13 points a game last year. Why? Like, even if you think Buddy is a better player, is he $23 million better than Shake Milton?
Yeah, I don't think it's quite that much. Pretty close, but not quite that much. And I hear you. I get it. So would it be Harrison then?
Harrison would be a better deal for them, probably a better fit. He played Tobias at the 4. They'd probably go with Shake. He'd probably start playing Maxey. So you might go Maxey and Seth in the backcourt. I'm not really exactly sure how they want to play that out, or I don't know. But that would probably be a better deal. But then now you're talking about Sacramento. I'm not interested in moving Harrison and keeping Buddy around.
I don't think. Okay, I hear you on that. You're pretty steadfast in your Buddy thoughts. So we'll let's step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more about Ben Simmons. It legitimately feels like his value is dropping by the day. And I don't know what the end game is here for either party. I don't know when the end game is. Plus, we'll bring back some comments that Tyrese Haliburton and De'Aaron Fox said yesterday. Harrison Barnes is speaking to the media right now, as is Davion Mitchell set to speak. Or actually, Harrison Barnes is getting ready to speak to the media here in a couple of minutes. Davion Mitchell will in about 45. We'll bring those comments to you. Also, Steelo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Where is it? Rob, this is a true story.
What did he say?
Gotcha.
What did Roddy say? Okay.
Rob W said Ben is a ratings powerhouse.
He is.
He is the demo god. As I think that's a Chris Jericho line. Yo, did you see Raw last night?
I didn't. I heard a little bit about it.
Shout out to Tim Morris who alerted me. He was like, "Yo, we're getting New Day in the Bloodline tonight," and I just happened to. I was like, "Wait, what?" And then he hit me like a couple seconds later. He was like, "No, wait, we're getting New Day in the Bloodline right now." And so like I pull it up and I'm like, "Oh, all right."
So how did they do that? I heard it was a triple threat match, right? Or something like that.
So they had a 6-man to start the show. New Day versus the Bloodline. Then it closed out with the triple threat of Roman, Big E, and Lashley. It was like you really crammed about a month and a half worth of storylines into one show. But with that, just because I feel like every day on the house show, I tear WWE apart. Just from a content point, it was really good. And the crowd was into everything. So I enjoyed it. It was just like, man, ooh, you guys really just kind of set this bitch on fire. Like, y'all really, like, the story been drawn out, and then, you know, I feel like the final story would have been a little bit stronger had it gone on a month. I mean, you still make your point at the end of the night was very, very clear. But man, if you had told it over a month, it would kind of be one of those rare, oh my God moments. Like, what's going to happen now? But they went through it in a day. So it was like, okay, that was good. But
so they're going to, are they going to have them on both shows, or are they going to?
I don't know what's next. Like there was no tease for what's next after that.
I got to see that.
There was no tease at all. Yeah.
I got to see that.
It was it's worth watching.
Roman coming to Raw. I got to see that.
It was
Roman.
worth
Hey
watching.
man, it's crazy to think, man. But we talk about Vince a lot and all this other stuff, and maybe he stumbled into this, and unfortunately, prayers up, the cancer that Roman had might have played a role in it as well. But Vince was right. Roman is the straw that stirs the drink right now.
Well, it wasn't the cancer, because remember, he came back from that and everything was kind of the same. What changed was when he dropped out of that main event with Goldberg at WrestleMania, the pandemic WrestleMania, the original pandemic WrestleMania.
That's right. Yeah.
And he had just had the baby. He was like, I can't. I'm not doing it. And he was gone for like 6 months.
Yeah.
And then he came back and he's a total heel.
Yeah.
I think him being away and coming back with no fans, I think that's what changed him. Like that's what helped him.
And I don't know whose idea it was, but the idea to make him this indestructible force. And he's played into it perfectly. And he's done a great job with it.
And last night was even more of who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? I mean,
in my head, Vince was right. At the end of the day,
there's one really, really key point about last night, though.
See, now you're gonna make him go. I'm gonna go back and watch it. Brother Vince was right. Vince was right.
Vince was back there like. Y'all know we got shows within shows. We got the 13th round every day at 2:13 on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We got the house show every day on those same channels at 2:43. Those are brief little thoughts on boxing and wrestling that you can check out here during the live stream. And today's house show is going to be good. You got a little sneak peek if you're watching on Twitch and YouTube right now. And the stream is loaded. Ben Simmons is a ratings juggernaut. If you want to get in here with your thoughts on Ben Simmons, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 is a great way to chat, but you can absolutely call. The phone lines are always available for you, 916-349-1320. Harrison Barnes speaking to the media right now. We'll bring some of those clips back for you as the day rolls along. Same with Davion Mitchell. He's set to speak to the media coming up in about 45 minutes. De'Aaron and Harrison spoke yesterday, and Ben Simmons' season is back on. As Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted today that Ben Simmons will not report to training camp next week and won't play another game for the Philadelphia 76ers. That's exactly what Keith Pompeys reported in the Philadelphia Inquirer about 3 weeks ago. And by the way, I'm not saying this to get under your skin.
Which means you'll probably get under my skin.
He did finish second in Defensive Player of the Year voting this season.
Good for him.
He's
a
saying,
good defender.
I
said it before when we were having this discussion a couple of weeks ago. I went back and watched some of them Ben Simmons games. I watched them on defense. It's not, at least not what I was expecting. He still had good moments, but it was almost like he flipped the switch and started to care in the fourth quarter on the defensive end. Before that, it was average at best. And if that's good enough to be Defensive Player of the Year, then cool. You know what I mean? He does turn it on at times in the fourth quarter. Although, ask Atlanta if he turned it on in the fourth quarter defensively. All right. But he does turn it on in the fourth quarter on the defensive end when he wants to. But
okay. Two questions. Okay. Strike that from the record. One question, one statement. Statement first. Among 147 players, and I don't know what this means. You tell me. Among 147 players to face 2,000 shots since the start of the 2017-18 season, Ben Simmons has allowed the third lowest field goal percentage as the closest defender. Giannis Antetokounmpo and Anthony Davis are the only two people with a better percentage in that category.
That's a hell of a stat for him.
That is a hell of a stat. Second, has any player been bailed out by this Ben Simmons fiasco more than Rudy Gobert? And I know this might seem like an eternity ago, but Rudy Gobert got trashed in the playoffs.
He did.
And it didn't even have a chance to boil and get hot because of what happened with Ben Simmons.
2 days later, the Sixers get bounced.
Rudy Gobert escaped a lot of heat this offseason because of Ben Simmons.
And look, as a matter of fact, Rudy Gobert's fall from grace happened on a Friday night on the West Coast.
Man.
By Sunday, the Sixers were eliminated, and boom, we didn't even know about Rudy Gobert.
Man, Rudy Gobert hit that news dump time. My goodness gracious. Ben Simmons is one of 3 players to average 7 rebounds and 7 assists through his first 4 NBA seasons. Oscar Robertson and Magic Johnson are the other one. Luka Doncic only played 3. Luka Doncic will very likely join that list next year. By the way, speaking of Luka, just a quick sidebar. We've talked a little bit about that NBA 75 list. Luka's absolutely making that NBA 75
That would be an
list.
embarrassment.
He's at, well, now wait a minute. Shaq made the top 50 list.
Shaq, 96, he had gone to the NBA Finals by then.
How long had he been in the league?
He got in the league in 92.
It's 4 years.
Gone to an NBA Finals.
That's 4 years.
That's the best player on the team. Luka hadn't won a playoff series.
Wait, this isn't a team measurement. This is a player measurement.
But accomplishments matter too.
You don't think Luka Doncic is accomplished?
No, he's not. Not as much as Shaq was. He's not. It would be ridiculous if he was on the 75 team. It really would.
Luka Doncic is making the top 75 list.
Oh, I'm not saying that you're wrong because they love to put Luka in there. Absolutely. But Shaquille O'Neal in 96
in the league the same amount of time.
Shaquille O'Neal in 96 when that list had come out had just come off an NBA Finals appearance. He had just come off a year where he had knocked out Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls in the second round. Luka Doncic gave up a 3-2
context
lead.
is important. You knocked off 45. You knocked off the 45, Michael Jordan. Like you said that as if you just did something. Like, hey, context is important there.
Well, he still got to the NBA Finals.
He did get to the NBA Final. Did he win?
No. Luka ain't won a series.
I don't think this is a playoff measurement. I don't think this is a team measurement.
In my opinion, there's no way Luka should be on that 75.
Luka Doncic statistically, I think
he's definitely going to be on the 100 list.
Do you know how many?
He shouldn't be on the 75 list.
Now I forgot the damn stat. I had a stat. There's like 3 players or 4 in history. No, that's not true. What was this? God dang it! Now I gotta find the stat. You know, there aren't very many players in league history who have made 3 All-NBA first teams. And I'm talking all of NBA history. I think the number was like 30-something. Luka's already done it at the beginning of his career. I realize I just derailed the whole conversation. I was just talking to someone. Kenny? I know. See now, how's it feel? I'm assuming the role of Kenny Caraway.
I got to talk about these referees locked in a locker room right now.
Here, I'm Kenny with the rundown. We're gonna do the show that I want to. I don't know what made me say that. Oh, I'm looking at the stat about Ben Simmons, Magic, and Oscar Robertson, and there's a note that says Luka Doncic has only played 3 seasons, but he'll likely join this group next year.
Luka will. They'll definitely put him in there. And look, if we're picking nits here, eventually, if we go back to the best 75 players in the league, he'll probably be in there. So, maybe it's a bit of foresight to just put him in there because we know he's going to get there at some point. But as of today, he shouldn't be on that list. And if the argument is, well, Shaq was on there, Shaq had gone to an NBA Finals at that point.
That's not a strong enough argument for me. It's not a strong enough argument.
Mm.
If he had played the regular Chicago Bulls, he would have never been to the NBA Finals.
Well, if Luka Doncic would have played, he did play the Clippers twice and get bounced.
So it's Luka's fault that they lost?
It's Shaq's fault that that they didn't win the finals.
Well, no, but I'm not using Shaq as I'm not using Shaq's NBA Finals appearance as a reference.
You brought up the fact that Shaq was in there.
Shaq was dominant. Absolutely, Shaq was dominant.
Shaq got in there because he had gone to an NBA Finals at that point.
No, I think Shaq got in there because he was dominant, and they knew he would wind up being one of the greatest players of all time. I think there was some foresight with Shaquille O'Neal. And I also think some of those people on that top 50 list ain't going to make the top 75.
That would also be a little crazy.
What if I told you Derrick Rose was going to make the list?
Nah, he shouldn't make the list.
Okay.
There's no way Derrick Rose should make the list.
Okay. I'm just sharing. I'm just asking questions.
Look,
just asking questions.
If you're gonna put Luke on there, you might as well put Derrick Rose on there. Derrick Rose is an MVP in the league, and it won. Did he win a playoff series? I'm trying to think.
They changed. Well, I don't think he did because he got hurt, but they changed rules because of Derrick Rose. Like the CBA changed. Like there's very literally the Derrick Rose rule that got. And by the way, you talk about an impact on the league that got players paid. The Derrick Rose rule changed the way that players get paid. So I'm not saying Derrick Rose is going to make it. I'm not saying Luka Doncic is going to make it. I'm saying don't be surprised if Derrick Rose or Luka Doncic make the list.
I won't be surprised. Derrick Rose, I will be surprised if he makes the list. That would kind of be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous.
I'm just a broadcast journalist, man. I talk to people. I ask questions. I ask for the thoughts on because the conversation started with, did you put? I was talking to someone who turned in the ballot. I said, did you put Chris Webber on the list? And that person said yes. And then it evolved into a conversation about that list and who was voted for and the top 50 and so on and so forth. So
Chris Webber, I think we found out he should make the list. He should. It'd be tight. Like he may be 74, 75, maybe 76 or 77, but I think he should make the list.
When it's time, there's probably a deeper conversation that needs to be had about the way the league used to be covered versus the way that the league is covered now.
I mean,
and it's probably a little bit too deep to get into on Ben Simmons' season.
Okay. I was about to say it is September 21st. We got time today.
I don't know if you ready. I mean, I
don't really know what you're talking about. I'm interested though. You got me intrigued.
Let's go to remember what my man Paul said. He was talking about bringing a different perspective to sports talk and bringing a different perspective to the games that we cover.
Yeah.
Well, back in the day, there wasn't a different perspective. You feel me? So to try to put this simply without angering too many people, when you're voting for all NBA teams, maybe you're more likely to vote for a Kevin McHale, not a knock on Kevin McHale, than like an Adrian Dantley.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah, absolutely.
So when we look at all NBA teams, when we look at those types of accolades from, I mean, you could probably go from like the 2000s and before. Really, you got to talk about like the mid 90s and before. They're going to be skewed in a certain direction with some things. Like when you look around and figure out, hey, who's close? Like, I don't remember hearing Alex English's name very often until someone told me he was the leading scorer of the 80s. Right. Like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
They don't cover Alex English the way that they cover, Larry Bird or Kevin McHale or some of these. Or shoot, I heard Mark Price's name more than I heard Alex English's name.
Hey, look, and this goes. See, this is almost like. Because I don't want to disrespect my elders. I don't want to disrespect these guys from before. Because I understand the world has changed. The game has changed. It's just different. And what I do this in boxing. We talked about this before. A lot of people say Sugar Ray Robinson, the greatest fighter of all time, because he fought like 300 times. Okay, well, they're not fighting 300 times nowadays. So you could have the greatest fighter of all time alive right now, and because he didn't fight 300 times, he'll never pass Sugar Ray Robinson. That's stupid to me, right? And Sugar Ray Robinson was fighting plumbers. You can't. He wasn't part of those. He would take the plumber, the milkman, and say, "Hey, you want to get in the ring on Saturday? Sanction a fight. Boom, that's a win." Not to say he wasn't great, because he was absolutely one of the greats. But when you try to compare him to different eras, it's tough. So I always say,
Are you saying Bill Russell played against milkman? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, Bill Russell did not. Well, he might have. Actually, he didn't. He absolutely might have. But when I think about this, and this is, man, I try not to be disrespectful, because this guy didn't do nothing to me. But I'll even take Luka Doncic, right? Okay. You mean to tell me Luka Doncic wouldn't destroy Bob Cousy today? You mean to tell me he wouldn't just destroy Bob Cousy? And like, he played in his time, he did what he did, he put up the numbers that he put up.
Yeah.
I don't want to disrespect him and say get off the list. That's why I just, like I do in boxing, where I start from Ali Frazier 1. That's where I start, and I say this is where I do for this era of boxing the best I've ever seen. That's what might need to be done for basketball. Just take it from, I don't know when you would start it, sometime after Bob Cousy's career, and say this is where we're going to start this NBA 75 or this greatest of all time. Bob Cousy not. De'Aaron Fox would kill Bob Cousy today, and he ain't no top 75 player.
This is one of the weirdest stats that I've come across since having this conversation. You know how many MVPs Bill Russell won?
None, right?
No, he won 5.
Oh, he got 5.
Bill Russell won 5 MVPs.
Okay.
He made 3 All-NBA first teams.
That don't make no sense. That's what
5 MVPs. 3 first teams. Will Chamberlain kept getting the first team nod over him, but he was winning the MVP. And I think it's only, let's see, 58, 58, 63, 63, 65, 65. So it was 1961 and 62. He won the MVP. It didn't make all NBA first team.
That is crazy. That's a trip. That's a hell of a stat. Brian Cruz says the restart should start with Magic and Bird. That might be a little
even
late.
Then. Yeah, even then.
I want to go a little earlier than that.
Might be a little early. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Ben Simmons' season is in full effect. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are so happy that you are here with us, whether you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on YouTube. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or you're listening on 1320 AM, you don't have to miss a single part of the conversation. We're with you for the next 3 hours. 3 hours. Harrison Barnes is speaking to the media right now. Davion Mitchell will shortly, because there's no central focus of those conversations. We'll rotate on those. We'll run them back for you later on in the day. Of course, De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton spoke to the media yesterday as well. There was a couple of interesting takeaways, in my opinion, from those conversations with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton. But there's one that really stood out for me. And it was Tyrese talking about the burden, if you will, of the 15-year playoff drought. And here's what Tyrese Haliburton had to say about that.
I mean, if I'm being like completely brutally honest, like I don't think anybody or any statistic, any record can put more pressure on myself than what I put on myself, if that makes sense. I have like a standard that, I want to uphold in my athletic ability. I want to win. That's been my thing is, I want to be a winning basketball player. And I think everybody agrees with that. They want to win as well. I think the pressure is more so from ourselves because the accountability that we have within each other that we want to be, successful. I don't think it's anything of tying the longest record or anything like that. I didn't even know that until you just said that. Obviously, we want to allow our fans to make the playoffs. We want to bring the Kings back to the playoffs. It's obviously the biggest goal, but I don't think anybody, wants that, more than us. We're the ones out there, playing so hard and, working every day to do that. And obviously, we'd love to do that for the city of Sacramento and for the fans. But I do know that, guys are holding themselves accountable to where, that's what we want to do. We want to change it. And, that's what I've said from the day that I got drafted here, is that I wanted to get this team to the playoffs and, help change the culture. And that's what we're working to do every day.
Very thorough answer from the second-year guard. Let me take a quick peek here.
I mean, if I'm being
122. That answer was 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Thorough.
Listening to it again, I feel like he could have said, "Fam, I don't care what you and the fans talk about," and then that would have been it. I feel like that answer, like what I took away from that, in all seriousness, and of course Tyrese wouldn't say something like that. What I took away from that is we're focused on being better. Like, I don't think that Tyrese Haliburton gives a damn about the Kevin Martin era Sacramento Kings, or
you don't even know who Kevin Martin is.
Brad Miller era, or the move to Virginia Beach, or all of these like different, like, I don't think he cares anything about that, or how many years this franchise hasn't been to the playoffs. I think what Tyrese Haliburton cares about is that they didn't make the playoffs last year. What De'Aaron Fox cares about is that they haven't made the playoffs since he's been in the league. It's not what happened with DeMarcus Cousins. It's not what happened with the Maloofs. It's not what happened with anybody else. It's not the playoff drought of this organization. It's the fact that, we missed the playoffs last year. We got to make it this year.
Mm-hmm.
That 15-year drought thing, I think, that's a D'Lo and Casey conversation. That's a fan conversation. That's us who have been following the team for a really long time conversation, or supporting the team for a really long time conversation. That's not a player conversation. That conversation isn't being had in locker rooms, in my opinion.
It's not. First of all, like we talked about earlier on the show call, Tyrese Haliburton, this is no knock on him. He's a student of the game. He probably don't even know who Kevin Martin and Brad Miller are.
I don't think anybody is studying Kevin Martin film with
I
all
don't even know who they
due
are.
respect
What?
to
Ooh,
Kevin Martin.
never heard of him. And once again, all due respect to Kevin Martin and Brad Miller, two great Kings. I'm just saying, that was Tyrese Haliburton was probably like 5 when they were in the NBA doing well. So he not paying attention to that. I will say this, and I think you're right with everything you're saying as far as, that's a conversation for fans and everything else like that. And maybe this is the difference between college and pros, but you see, we'll get real hypothetical, and I'm getting real disrespectful here, to be honest with you. Let's use Michigan and Ohio State.
Okay.
Michigan football and Ohio State football.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan wins this year. I don't know. It'll be the first time in a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Those players will know it was the first time in 10 years they've beaten Ohio State. They'll know. And like I said, maybe it's the difference between college and pros. And you don't really see droughts like this in the pros, which you don't really, you don't have these historical droughts like this typically. So they don't really get an opportunity to know them. And these are two guys that have been here for 2 years and 4 years respectively. Like, it's not like they've been here all 10 years. But those kids in college, Michigan, Ohio State, those Michigan guys, they know.
Those seniors know that they haven't beaten Ohio State.
Seniors, even the freshmen, they come in and they know, like, you ain't done it. And that's because they hear it around town. They hear it through the media and all this other stuff. So Tyrese said he didn't even know about it. So maybe, like I said, maybe that's the difference between college and pro. But
I'm gonna call cap on that. I'm gonna hit them with I'm gonna hit him with the Derek Jeter hat tip, because that don't, like, he really didn't know until the question was posed to him that this team hasn't made the playoff. Now
I think he said he didn't know that was the longest drought.
Okay, now that okay, maybe I'll buy that.
It feels like if you're here for a year, you should know pretty much everything that's going on here.
Like, I feel like it probably came up last year, And maybe it's one of those in one ear, out the other things where they're just trying to get through the media session. But
right.
Hell, I have a memory right now of James Ham asking a question about the drought. Hell, I can even vaguely. I feel like Jason Jones brought up the Buffalo Clippers at one point, or whatever they were, the San Diego Clippers.
San Diego Clippers.
Like, man, like, all right, I'm a rock with Tyrese on this one, but
yeah. So I mean,
he knew of it. He may not have known every specific detail of it, but he knew of it. That's for sure.
I know. I think it's just a personal preference, and he's right. Like the main focus is themselves and trying to make sure they're successful themselves as individuals and as a team, not going up against history. That's the number one focus. But I believe if I was in his situation, this is just me. This is just how I'm wired. I know everything about this franchise. I would know if something like this was going on 15 years, I'd know about it, and it would matter to me. I would want to be part of that team that ends that drought. That would matter to me. But that's just me. That's how I'm wired.
Well, that's also because you're a Michigan fan, and the fact that you haven't beaten Ohio State in a decade sticks in the.
That'll end this year.
Okay.
I think we're gonna hang 40 on Ohio State's head. They can't stop a nosebleed.
You might be right. You're probably gonna give up 45, but you might be right. Y'all have lost close games over this putrid stretch of football put on by your squad there in Ann Arbor
this year.
All right, keep riding that, buddy. I hope that works out for you. As we mentioned, the Kings are back in town. Let's touch on a couple of other things. We've talked a lot of hypotheticals here. We've talked about the playoff drought. We've talked about Ben Simmons' season is back in full effect. Well, let's talk more about some things that Tyrese and De'Aaron said yesterday, particularly about the team's shortcomings and their needs to work on the defensive end.
And I also want to ask you, Damian, about some of the things that I've said or I tweeted that people think are just ridiculous. I want to see what you think about this.
Well, let's dive into that next here. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go to work on Bob Cousy. How's he gonna stop me? He ain't stopping me. Bob Cousy. What's the other guy's name? Sherwin. Is it like Pat Sherwin or Pat?
Oh, geez, that's in the cut.
I think he played Sherman. I think he played for the Hawks. Look at this guy. The hell he gonna do to me? Look, what's all due respect? What's George Mikan gonna do to Shaq? Shaq will block every shot. What is Giannis? What would Giannis do to George Mikan? Block every shot he takes. Bob Pettit. That's that. Yeah. There's another one though, and I know Bob Pettit for the Hawks. Maybe I got the team wrong, but dang. It's not real. Like, this guy's not real. Man, the only thing I feel that translates is baseball. And they weren't even letting black people play.
Yeah. It's real talk.
Now, soccer may translate as well. Pele, that boy looked bad. I was watching some Neymar Jr. highlights because that's who I used to get Reese ready for his soccer games. That boy Neymar be doing some crazy stuff with the footwork, man. Man. That is not true, Weezy. I think Jerry West was the real deal. The things Jerry West was doing, I think Jerry West was the real deal. So it's not that. It's just Bob Cousy.
I think Pistol Pete would get you.
Pistol Pete was a bad boy. Pistol Pete was a bad boy. So it's not that. It's just those two. Havlicek, I don't know. I heard Havlicek was a pretty legit scorer, though. I ain't seen enough. I just know
All I
Bob
know is
Cousy. I will go to work on Bob Cousy.
Havlicek stole the ball. That's all I know.
Havlicek stole the ball. Cole, chill. Don't be disrespecting Neymar and PSG like that. Jesse, did we win on Sunday? I saw we were tied at one point. Jesse not listening to me. He said, you have an internet yourself. Figure it out.
My name is not Google, Kenny. It's Jesse.
Come on. Chill. Oh, no, they end up winning. Yeah. 2-1. They tied the week before. Oh, wait a minute. Are they in two different leagues right now at the same time?
Jesse hit him with a. That's why I got to teach you.
Teach me this one. I don't know. So I'm looking here. There's Liga standings, Liga 1 standings. I'm so confused. So Championships League is on Sundays.
KC getting an education during the commercial break.
Damn, these guys, they're playing in two leagues at one time.
Kenny's trying to get hip to the soccer world, man. He not caught up.
That's like the Kings playing in the NBA and in the Big Three at the same time.
Well, might be a solid trick if they could pull it off. I don't think it's allowed, but yeah, Kenny's getting hip to how soccer works. He thought he had it all figured out. He very much didn't. He was like, wait a minute. How did this happen? Well,
Damien, did you know they play in two leagues at one time? Did you know anybody could play in two leagues at one time?
Oh, no. I have no idea how. I wanted to start following soccer, and I found it complicated. I was like, wait, what? I don't understand.
Who are they? Kenny Caraway playing in multiple softball leagues during the year? What is this?
Who plays in multiple softball leagues?
Oh, I was. Especially when I was in LA. I'd play on Thursdays and Fridays.
Okay.
That was lit. Friday was always fun. Friday night softball is always fun because it's like made it through the week. Friday nights, real chill. A lot of S talking.
All right, that's good stuff.
Music being played. It's good stuff, man.
There's a lot of S talking here in the chat house, too. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Plenty of S talking taking place on social media. I want you to bring some of your social media comments to the air. I know you had teased it there a moment ago, but we want to get to the phone lines as well. 916-349-1320. Let's get our man Jimmy in here. Jimmy, what's going on, man?
Hey, Damien.
What's up, Jimmy?
Jimmy.
Very long time. And even when you worked for another local radio station, I'm a middle-aged white guy that used to text you all the time about a certain coworker of yours.
Yes.
Kenny, I don't know much about you. You are definitely the booty collar.
Boosie Collins. Oh my!
I think he means you bring the funk. That's what he means. You bring the funk right there.
I'm a Niners fan, and I have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you think the Niners are legit 2-0, or should they be 0-2?
Nah, they're legit 2-0. They definitely shouldn't be 0-2. If you want to make the argument that they should be 1-1, I probably wouldn't even listen to it. But you can make that argument. They beat the hell out of the Lions. Let's not even worry about that. The Eagles game, they didn't look good, but they did what they had to do to win on the road. The defense was top flight. And they're legit 2-0.
Jimmy don't apologize for wins ever. He said he's a 49ers fan. Don't ever apologize for wins, man. Take them. Take them. You only got 17 games. If you can get 2 of them, even if they're against – I don't think Philadelphia is a bad team. I think it's pretty clear Detroit is a bad team. They got a lot of things to figure out, but I do not think that I don't think Philadelphia is at all. And appreciate the kind words, Jimmy. I was a little nervous starting. I didn't know where you were going.
It sounded like De Niro in The Fan.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute. But nah, Jimmy, that's my guy. Jimmy, call in more often, man.
Yeah, please do. Please do. We appreciate you. I got a lot of those texts that Jimmy was speaking of, by the way. I used to get a lot of, I don't know why everybody came to me. We used to get a lot of those texts. 916-349-1320 if you want to jump in on the phone lines as well. Let's start with your Twitter account. You said you wanted to bring some things out here to the universe and see if they're fair or foul.
So earlier, when all this was going on, reports with Ben Simmons, I saw people tweeting in like, oh yeah, I'd do Davion Mitchell and Bagley and Buddy in a first rounder in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even think twice. And I said, Davion Mitchell is not, I'm not putting Davion Mitchell on any Ben Simmons trade. You're out of your damn mind. And then you have people overvaluing summer league. Oh, you won summer league, you're not trading Davion. First of all, like I told them, just because you got familiar with Davion in summer league doesn't mean I haven't been watching the man for the last 2 or 3 years. That's your problem, not mine. All right. So I'm more familiar with his game than maybe you are. Second of all, no, I'm not trading Davion for Ben Simmons. So I ask you, Damien, is that crazy talk?
No. You don't have to. You're not in it. That's the unique thing about, I think it's unique at least, about this Ben Simmons situation, is there's no negotiation to be had. If you're Monty McNair, we'll use the Kings as an example because it's easy. You're Monty McNair. Here's the offer. I'm Daryl Morey. Yeah, you know what? Let's do Davion. And no, I'm not negotiating against myself. You ain't got another deal out there. You can't have Davion Mitchell. You can have the D'Lo and KC universal deal. It's been engraved in every trade conversation we've ever had. You can have that deal. That's it. We can work on picks or swaps or protections or different things like that. Maybe we could do that, but you're not getting any of my players. You'll get the two, and we'll go from there. But we're not negotiating that.
So let's go to Fantasyland. There's 10 teams legitimately involved. And Daryl Morey goes to you and says, Davion being part of the universal deal gets the deal done. Are you doing it? I still say hell no.
Jeez. Honestly, man, I don't think so. I don't think I'd want to do it simply because just hypothetically, it's, and we'll get to Davion in a minute, but it's Buddy Bagley in what, 2? 2 first?
Mm-hmm.
Because now it's essentially Buddy Bagley in 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you and Deuce talked about this during Ben Simmons season part 1.
The first half. They had
and now we're in the second half. We might only be in the third quarter of Ben Simmons season. Now there's a name attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
Not only is there a name attached to it, but we saw it. Like when Davion Mitchell was selected, it was like, okay, cool. Like, all right, like, man, this person was out there. This person was out there. Oh, all right. Okay. I believe in Monty. Let's ride.
Mm-hmm.
Then we saw him and it was over. If Summer League hadn't happened, you might have been able to pull it off. But knowing what Davion, not only what Davion brings to the floor,
mm-hmm.
but what Davion clearly brings to the locker room. You had De'Aaron Fox talking about Davion Mitchell yesterday. Here, I think I still have that sound. Was it Davion? He does. Here's De'Aaron Fox talking about defense and what Davion Mitchell brings to the team.
It's great. I mean, it's great for us as a team. Knowing that, that's where we were lacking last year as a team. And I mean, ultimately, that's what we really needed to improve. Everything offensively can stay, where it's at, but obviously you want to continue to get better on that end too. But, defensively is where we have to, really get better as a team. And seeing what he did in college as a guard, I mean, that's tough. Like that's a really tough thing to do. And obviously going up against him, it's definitely, it's going to be great for everybody, for me, Ty, Buddy, everybody who has to, be guarded by him in practice. And then for me, I'm guarded by the best defender every night. So it is what it is for me. I'm always, every time you step on the court at this point now, I'm getting guarded by the best defender, rather if it's a guard or a wing or whatever it is. So for me, obviously, it'll continue to help my game. But I think for us as a whole and as a team, it'll definitely bring us up defensively.
Yo, that's the guy on the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
The franchise right there. Talking about
right there.
That's blue chipper right there. Good old JR. That's De'Aaron Fox talking about, a dude who hasn't played a pro game yet. That's De'Aaron Fox talking about the impact Davion Mitchell is going to have on him directly and the team overall. To me, it's hard to just part ways with that, because with Davion, there's a known quality now to him. With Ben Simmons, there's a lot of unknown. And I'm not talking about the shot. I'm not talking about the hesitancy. I'm not talking about the mental aspect of basketball. I'm talking about what's his locker room presence like?
Mm-hmm.
What's his leadership ability like? Davion on draft night was talking about holding people accountable. He just got his hat and he's talking about holding people accountable.
Yeah.
Is Ben going to do that? Like, you need guys like that in the locker room. So the day after the draft, you probably could have sold me on it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, man, I don't think you could. I don't think you could. 10 teams involved. I'm sorry, Davion's out. That doesn't get the deal done.
When it was,
and I would call all 10 teams and tell them I ain't moving Davion.
Yeah.
So whatever Daryl's about to come back with you at, just know I my deal is this, and this, and this. That's the deal you have to beat.
Yeah.
Don't let that man think you into fool you into thinking I'm moving Davion Mitchell.
Look at you sabotaging Daryl Morey's trade attempt as a GM.
I'll make it clear. Hell, every other team in the league has done it.
That's none of my business. If Daryl Morey wants to go back to the other teams and say, hey, we got a good deal, and they're talking about, we had a talk about Davion. That's not lying.
No, it's
the results of that talk.
It's none of your business unless you actually, and I don't think that you do. It's none of your business unless you actually want to trade for Ben Simmons. If you're just flirting around with it because you think you could do it, or you might be able to pull it off, or you just want to engage in the conversation, then that's one thing. But if you really want to acquire Ben Simmons, I would go all out in that aspect for it.
Mm-hmm.
But I still wouldn't give up Davion Mitchell for it.
Nah. A lot of people think that it's crazy talk.
And that's completely, I think it's completely understandable.
I understand. They're wrong, but I understand. I get it. The other thing that we never talk about, and this is the one that really upset people when I said this. I'm not paying $40 million a year for a glorified Bruce Bowen. That's crazy talk.
Okay.
That's crazy talk. Somebody said he said $40 million a year to have Anthony Roberson bring the ball up.
Okay. Now ask me how I feel about that one. Now you're doing a lot.
It's funny.
Now you're doing a lot. That feels.
What does Ben Simmons do better than Anthony Roberson?
Look at Bootsy Collins. Relax. That feels like a bit of a reach.
He can't shoot free throws. He
can't stay healthy either. He's closer to Marvin Bagley than he is Ben Simmons. Hell, and I remember that year in Oklahoma City. It was just like, man, if Roberson could get healthy, I'm still waiting for it. I don't even know where is he?
I think the career's done. That quad one was a devastating one. Oof. But yeah, $40 million for Ben Simmons.
I understand.
$40 million. That is, I'm not interested in that. If you just traded him for the same contract that Buddy Hield has, maybe I'd be more open to it and willing. But $40 million for a guy he's really just going to give you good defense. Even the biggest Ben Simmons fans don't argue the fact that he's a zero on the offensive end, especially when it really counts. All they say is he's an elite defender. And that's all fine and well. You want to pay $40 million for that? Me and John were talking about that. If defense is all you're worried about, make the same trade proposal for Thibault. He makes like $1.5 million or whatever. Like make the same. If you're all you're worried about and all you care about getting back is defense, go get Thibault.
All due respect to you and John Bull, I don't think that's legal. I don't think you can send 30 some odd million dollars back for 1.5. I don't think that that's allowed within the collective bargaining agreement. But let me ask you a question as it pertains to money. 40, you're probably flirting with the salary cap.
I don't think
I mean,
so.
you're dumping 30 something. I don't have Ben Simmons'
30,
exact numbers. I feel like 40 might be a stretch.
Maybe
So
35, 36.
you're right there in the vicinity of it, if nothing else. What else are you gonna do with it? Like what like if Ben Simmons can help this team get to the playoffs, why not do it? What else are you gonna do with it? It ain't your money.
You can find
It ain't dealing with KC's money.
You can find
But can you?
that money.
But can you? But can you?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that all you're looking for is a defender.
Would you go? Okay, you go get Tristan Thompson.
You can find a perimeter defender anywhere.
Can you? Because they haven't.
No, they haven't. The Vlade Divac and those guys haven't. Hell, we're talking about Mo Harkless.
Bart Scott, Monty McNair's running the team. What do you mean, Vlade?
Okay. And when Monty McNair went and got Mo Harkless, Terrence Davis, DeLon Wright, all the defense got so much better. They play better defense.
So you could just go get it.
These guys off the street, off the scrap heap, and they were better on the defensive end for like $37 less million.
So just to be clear, you think that Mo Harkless and Terrence Davis are the defensive caliber players that Ben Simmons is?
No, he's a better defender. Is it worth $40 million? Absolutely not.
What else are you gonna do with it?
I'll find you a better defender for.
But you won't. You won't. It's not that Monty hasn't tried. Like, look, we know that they're there working. They had a deal for Montrez and all of these, but Montrez, Kyle Kuzma, all of that stuff. What happened? It didn't get done. They were used as leverage. The rug was yanked out from underneath them. To think that they're just going to go out there and be able to get something done is crazy.
Hell, you found just as adequate a defender in the draft.
So Davion Mitchell is as good of a defender as Ben Simmons.
At the very least, he's 80% of what you can get for Ben Simmons. And he's... once again, $35 million cheaper. Even if you want to say 100%, I'll give all you guys that. I'll give all you guys that and say, well, Davion is not as good a defender as Ben Simmons. If I can get 85% of that defense for $35 million, isn't that just smarter?
No, because I don't believe that he's 80% of what Ben Simmons is as a defender.
You tripping on that one. He's definitely 80% of that.
How do you, what? Because of some time at Baylor in the summer league?
Yeah,
hey, look, don't like cap on Davion Mitchell. Like, don't do this. Don't make me step out on that ledge. But man, let the brother play a game first. Before we start saying he's 80% of the dude who finished second in Defensive Player of the Year voting last year.
That on defense. He's that on defense. He's that on defense.
Okay. Man, you think lowly of Ben Simmons, man.
I just think it's overrated. I don't think lowly.
I feel like where
it's overrated.
We've established that. And in the context of that is important because Ben Simmons is really, really highly rated. I'm not saying he's bad. You're saying that he's overrated. Like, I get that. But to say that Davion Mitchell is 80% because of like a highlight on book night that's crazy to me.
Once again, not saying that you don't, but I've watched Ben Simmons play. Like in crunch time, he does some good things on the defensive end. Throughout the regular course of a game, it's hit or miss. It's hit or miss.
So he has the entire league and its media fooled
Feels like it. To where they're putting him, feels like it. And we went through the numbers. You talk about defense and all the numbers that's going on. His numbers aren't that much better than Tyrese Haliburton's were last year.
Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons on the floor together per 100 possessions outscored their opponents by 15.5 points. 15.5 points per 100 possessions when both players were on the court. It's the fifth best among two-man lineups to play 1,000+ minutes together. Nothing? That's all Joel?
A lot of
Joel's MVP season is all about Joel and no one else?
I think a lot of it is Joel.
So Joel on the floor.
Once again, you put another top player, whatever you want to say, with Joel Embiid. Does he fall off because Ben Simmons isn't there? Absolutely not.
Here's a stat that I going through the notes. I didn't even see this until this exact minute. Second spectrum. Simmons has made the fifth most transition field goals since debuting in the league in 2017, 2018. So he's fifth.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis is first. Russ is second. LeBron is third.
Yeah.
Fourth,
De'Aaron.
your very own Buddy Hield.
This is why you can't listen to stats.
Buddy Hield.
This is why.
It's Giannis Antetokounmpo with 603. Russell Westbrook 578. Again, these are transition field goals. LeBron James 456. Buddy Hield 439.
That is
Giannis,
hilarious.
Russ, LeBron, and Buddy. Man. Ben Simmons,
hilarious.
415.
Wow. Look, the funny thing about you saying that with Ben Simmons is I said after I went into a little bit of a deep dive with Ben Simmons, I understand. You want to talk about tantalizing. Like, I understand how you can get tantalized with Ben Simmons because when he scores, it's almost always impressive. It's a lot of the times it's he gets the ball off a rebound or in transition, makes a quick move. You got this 6'10" guy who's running at Usain Bolt speed down the court. And then he finishes with this nasty two-hand jam. Like, it is spectacular to see. And when you see that, it's one of them things where it's like, yo, this guy right here, he's got all the tools. Look what he just did. Look what he just did. Who else is doing that in the league at 6'10"? There's like a handful of guys. Who else? Look what he just did. It's amazing to see until you realize you want him to do that the majority of the time or more than he does. And he's just not going to. He's going to give it to you once, twice, and that's really going to be about it.
3 times the lady. 916-349-1320. Let's get to Trent here, and then we'll get to Cameron. Trent, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's going on, D-Lo and KC? How y'all doing, brother?
We are, man. What's up, Trent?
Hey, man, I got a question for KC.
Yeah,
Do you
man.
think Ben Simmons can guard LeBron James or Kawhi Leonard? Answer that for me straight up.
Yeah.
So what we arguing about, man? How's the overpaid, man? If we can get that up out of him, man, I mean, who we got right now on the keys that can do that?
I mean, Harrison Barnes is the one can do it. Like, James, LeBron, and Kawhi are still going to get buckets because they're great ball players. But if you want to say who can do it, Harrison Barnes can do it.
No, man, he's playing out of position. You know he gets dogged every time he try that. Come on, man. Let's be honest. Ben Simmons can do it. That's all I wanted to say.
We appreciate you, Trent. Let's get Cam here too. Cameron, what's up, man?
What's up, fellas? Hey, just 2 quick comments, and maybe you covered it because I haven't been listening the full time. But so my thing on Ben Simmons is like, if he's quitting on a storied franchise like the 76ers, and no disrespect because I don't know the background of what it all entails, but if he's quitting on a storied franchise like the 76ers, what's he gonna do to us? And two, how are we going to bring in some $40 million a year player with all these young kids who ain't even going to stand out that much amongst them? So I don't know what kind of alienation that's going to do. It's like, he's just as good as us.
Well, man, well, that's not a terrible point. I want to attempt to be fair to Ben Simmons. I feel like Philly quit on him more than he quit on Philly.
Oh, hell no. He definitely quit on Philly.
Okay.
Look,
fine. That's fine.
Maybe quit is strong. Maybe quit is strong because the fact that he just naturally just fades, maybe that's not quitting, so to speak. It's just what he does. It's not like he hates Philly or he hates Doc and he's just going to quit on him. It's just, this is just what I normally do. I just kind of fade away.
Jesse, tell Kamara to hang on a few minutes. Otherwise, we're gonna have to bring him on and then dump him right off. So tell him to hang on just a couple of minutes, and we'll get him right up.
The Kamara that was in the video.
That's the Kamara. Yes, that is the Kamara, host of the Uncultured Bias podcast. He's got some thoughts on Ben Simmons, as so many of you do. Let me just go back to something because I don't want to. I don't blame Ben Simmons for wanting out of Philadelphia. Just say that because I've tried to talk, and I'm a Doc Rivers fan. I'm a huge Doc Rivers fan, and I'm getting very lonely on that island. I'm a huge Joel Embiid fan as well too. I was repping for him to get MVP this season until I looked at Giannis's numbers and realized he should have just won a third in a row. But regardless, man, I don't know how I'd recover from that. You know, if Danny in San Francisco came out and said, yeah, I don't know if this station could be number one with D-Lo. If Kenny Caraway was like, yeah, the station was rolling, but there was this turning point when D-Lo brought up Kevin McHale and I don't know how it'd be like, all right, I'll go back to podcasting. I don't need this. Like, get me out of here. Like, I don't point being is I don't blame Ben Simmons for wanting out. Like, I don't blame Ben Simmons for the position they're in. Maybe I shouldn't blame Philadelphia either, but we'll continue to take your phone calls. We know you got a lot of thoughts on this, on the Kings, on Ben Simmons, on a number of other topics. Casey, go ahead.
And also, when people try to say the Sixers or Philly quit on Ben Simmons, Doc Rivers was telling all of us how stupid we were for saying Ben Simmons shouldn't be in the game.
He said we didn't know basketball. He said he completely took what a reporter asked him and changed the entire question. But deep down, I think that was the first sign. Doc knew. Doc knew.
When you go over the top that way, you're probably covering up for how you really feel.
Doc knew. We'll step out. 916-349-1320. You want to get in on the phone lines. More Sacramento Kings basketball to talk about. We'll dive back into the 49ers at some point as well. We've pushed off these power rankings. We got them in our back pocket. We'll get to them as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's number one sports station, ESPN 1320. Can y'all hit the thumbs up, please? There's legit. Yo, there's 128 in YouTube right now. We only at 90. Come on, but just get it to triple digits, man. Come on. It's going to be a good day here on the stream.
Come on.
Baby, come on. Baby, come on. Just get us 10 more thumbs up for now.
What you mean? Harrison Barnes, come on. Harrison Barnes guards LeBron and Kawhi. He ain't going to stop him, but he going to do what he do. I was looking during that time. Last 4 games of that Raptors, since somebody brought up Kawhi, since Trent brought up Kawhi, last 4 games of that Raptors Philly series, 39, I think it was 21, 25, and 42 for Kawhi Leonard. So,
okay.
Yeah, Harrison can do that. Harrison.
Hey, shout out to Twitch too, by the way. We appreciate y'all on Twitch. Y'all been repping us real strong for the last. It's just hard. We don't get the same like after show views on Twitch. It's like whoever watches, that's kind of like the number, but it's been really good, man. So I know we don't, there's nothing to beg for on Twitch other than to follow us, but we appreciate y'all, man. Thank you.
Some people believe. Yeah, some people believe getting to the playoffs is enough. Some people. So here's the funny thing, Damien. Not to cut you off, but some people will say, like, I don't want to just get to the playoffs. I want to have long-lasting success. And then when we say, well, what's Ben Simmons doing? It doesn't matter. This team hasn't made the playoffs in 15 years. Is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one Mike? In the regular season, Ben Simmons.
Man, y'all are tough.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Can't do it. I cannot wait for basketball season, man. This show's so much fun.
You know, we got a game on Sunday.
What game?
Somebody said there's a preseason game on Sunday.
Word? Yeah. Wow. No, I very much did not know that. I very much did not. But I'm with it. I am with it. Is Davion done? Okay.
Off nights. Oh, snap. Black Bottles 916. What's up, man?
Hey. I think Black
What up,
Bottles.
man?
I think Black Bottles just recovered from Saturday.
Black Bottles was I was texting with him on Sunday during that game. He was hot.
Ooh. Oh.
He was hot.
Oh.
Look at him. Look. I know I did say they were gonna put up numbers on it. Kyle, that was on Kyle, man. I didn't think Kyle had his best game on Sunday.
Get that defense.
But they got that win.
Wow, Lakers versus that's not this Sunday.
No, I saw a tweet where somebody's like, we got a preseason game on Sunday. Would be a little crazy because I don't know if everybody's in training camp right now.
I don't even think media days are till.
Nah, that's a good point.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I agree with this.
Maybe they mean it was next Sunday.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be. All sorts of great content on the Odyssey app. In addition to D-Lo and KC, which you can hear live, which you can hear on demand, you can check out the Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. You'll find your favorite artist on Odyssey 2 on the all-new artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. You can also get great podcasts there, including D-Lo and KC on demand and the Uncultured Bias podcast. And we welcome in the host who always has a thought on Ben Simmons, my man, Kamara. Kamara, what's up, baby?
What up, dude? Ken, I'll be following you on Twitter, man. I don't even know, bro. You got me with the migraine, and I'm confused.
What are we confused about? Talk to me, man. Talk to me. I'm here. What we confused about?
We talk about Harrison Barnes playing out of position at the 4, getting overmatched, getting out-rebounded. You know, we talk about the team not having a lot of versatile wing players. Mm-hmm. And we talk about their defense being a problem. Historically bad defense. Mm-hmm. And you have a player, although obviously there's no trading in happening right now, but you have an imaginary trade happening, and you're talking about don't want them, can't win with them. You're pulling that deal. Kamara,
you gotta be fair to me. You gotta be fair to me. Damien, you gotta be fair to me too. Did I ever once say I don't want Ben Simmons at all?
No, but you're sitting there you're telling everybody that Davion Mitchell, who we love, as a prospect, hasn't played a game, not a game, you know.
That's facts.
Is a better player than a 6'8", 6'9", 2-time All-Star, all-defensive team player established in the league.
I didn't say that either, though. Kamara.
Let me ask you a quick question. Okay. Do you think that Ben Simmons can be poor man or more athletic Draymond Green on the at the 4. At the 4.
Boy, you asked the wrong guy.
I mean, both of these guys are poor. Both of these guys are getting EBT cards, man. Like, no, sure he can. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm not saying you love Draymond Green, but would you agree that Draymond Green was an integral part of a championship team?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're telling me that we can have a player with the same capabilities of a Draymond Green on this roster with our two guards and keeping Harrison Barnes, you don't think that's a playoff team?
Who said? Come on, this is the third time you said something I didn't say. Like, sure, that's a playoff team. The other thing about that is, as much as I love Haliburton and De'Aaron Fox, they're not Steph and Clay. So a lot of the reason why Draymond was able to get away with being anemic on the offensive end or just not do anything completely on the offensive end is because he had two of the best guards to ever play the game right there with him. That's not what Fox and Haliburton are right now. I love them. I don't think they'll ever be that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, if they had Steph and Clay, sure, bring Simmons in here and prime Clay at that. Bring Simmons in here and we can rock here. And once again, like I said, you can bring Ben Simmons in here. You need enough good players, elite players, to make up for his deficiencies when they rear their ugly head. It ain't if. It's when. He's going to go ghost on you. And you can't be caught with your pants down. That's why you can't trade a Haliburton or a Davion Mitchell for Ben Simmons.
Okay. I think one thing that I just get hung up on with you as it pertains to Ben Simmons is you'll give every other young player the benefit of the doubt, but not him.
Mm-hmm.
You believe that what we've seen from Ben Simmons in a Philadelphia 76er uniform, or perhaps even in an LSU uniform, is who Ben Simmons is always going to be.
Yep.
Even at 25, 4,
25, I think he's 25.
That's it. He is boys to men. We have come to the end of the road.
It's in his DNA.
By the way, Boomerang is on Showtime right now. Yeah. May or may not have been watching.
Yeah, did you see that yet?
He's out the studio. He's getting the Davion Mitchell sound for us.
Yeah. I might have to go.
I was watching and following the game last night. If anybody want to watch an Eddie classic, Tisha Campbell's character in that is just so fantastic.
She is pretty good.
So fantastic.
That's my girl, Tisha Campbell.
So good. Good in that. But yeah, I mean, it's like you've got Ben Simmons at the end of the road here in terms of his development and his playing career, or his ability to get better.
I don't believe he can get any better. Could be wrong. Like I was telling, I think it was Sacktown Tony on Twitter. They're like, "Oh yeah, Ben Simmons gonna, come and do this, and he gonna do all that and all this." I'm like, "Look, man, I ain't been wrong for 3 years."
Got that tweet in front of me. As a matter of fact.
I haven't been wrong for 3 years. If he proves me wrong now, all power to him. But like Dr. David pulled up, I was saying these things about Ben Simmons 3 years ago. He hasn't improved. He hasn't gotten any better. Nothing's changed. He hasn't proven me wrong in 3 years. I don't know why I believe it should happen now.
I understand.
Hell,
I get it.
We were talking about earlier, Ben Simmons told the Australian national team he wasn't going to play because he wanted to focus on his game. He took a 3-week vacation in Europe. Now, that's your off season. You can do whatever you want to do. But I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I don't believe in him. If he proves me wrong, I have no problem coming on these airwaves, coming on my Twitter and all this other stuff, and be like, man, got to give it to Ben Simmons. Tip my hat to him. He stepped his game up. He's improved. He's got better. I just don't see it happen. He's been the same player.
I'm looking at a tweet from my man Michael Lee here. He says, Ben Simmons sank the 76ers championship hopes by refusing to shoot and now has tanked his trade value by refusing to show up. He has some legit gripes about being thrown under the bus after his flop, but Philly won't forgive him for running from accountability from his own failings. Can I tell you one thing that I've legit thought about with Ben Simmons today for whatever reason, and I guess just my contentious nature. I would tell the Philadelphia fans to F all the way off because there is no more overrated. Like, what? Tell me why in Sacramento? Why in Los Angeles? Why in San Francisco? Why anywhere other than freaking Philadelphia do I give a good God blessing damn about that fan base? That fan base is covered as if they're a professional team. Why do I care about Philly? Why do I care about how Philly fans feel about Joel Embiid? Why the hell do I care about how Philly fans feel about Ben Simmons? I don't give a damn what Philly fans feel. Why are they covered like they're their own professional sports franchise? Who cares?
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but this is like, in my opinion, this would be Jackie McMullen or Bill Simmons talking about why the hell would I care that Kings fans are done with Buddy Hield? That team hasn't seen winning basketball. I don't know how. Who cares? Because we watch him all the time.
But that's
we watch
a player.
Him. We know who he is.
But that's a player. That's a. We're talking about a player. We're talking about a fan base and how's the fan base going to react to Ben Simmons? Who cares? They're fans. Let them cheer. Let them boo. I don't care if they once threw snowballs at Santa Claus. Shut up. Why do we talk? Why does that fan base gets covered? Like, I feel like they got their own website somewhere.
They probably do.
They got like a Philadelphia Fan Herald, and they cover fans and how they react to stuff.
I hope they were listening to Flip Side yesterday. Oh, man.
Okay.
But I mean, look,
the Philly fan base ride with that 1940s play-by-play call.
I smell what you're cooking here. I'm just gonna say in that particular instance, they've seen Ben Simmons. They were mad at me 2 years ago when I was talking to our guy Marshall Harris. Speaking
mad
of,
at you a year ago.
I saw Marshall Harris, a little clip of him yesterday in Chicago. That boy looking dapper. He looking real smooth, man.
I wasn't gonna say anything,
yeah,
but since you brought it up, I think we can send him a message. I did Sports Sunday or Sports Extra with him 20, 30, I don't know how many times. Never seen my brother wear a tie.
That's what stood out to me too. I was like,
never
that
seen
boy
my brother wear
wearing
a
a tie now.
I saw the IG clip and I was like, oh. So we go to Chicago and all of a sudden we got this deep closet of ties. All right, Marshall Harris, I see you.
You're looking smooth, man. I had to give it up to my brother on that one for sure.
Good, man. Chi-Town Marshall going hard.
Yeah, but they, back to when you started the show and they're talking, I was like, yo, Marshall, tell these guys out here they need to get rid of this dude, man.
It's literally the first week. It was the first week of D'Lo and Casey.
They was on my head. But they seen him. And look, my biggest thing with Ben Simmons and Philly trying to trade him is I was like, it's not going to work. The Simmons thing you don't have the pieces to make it work with Ben Simmons. A team can win with Ben Simmons, but you got to have a hell of a lot of pieces. You got to have at least 3 better players on your team to, like I said, make up for when he goes ghost. Philly didn't have 3 better players or 3 better players that were good enough. Like Seth played really well. Seth played really well in the playoffs. Tobias, you can argue back and forth whether or not he's better. And then Joel.
Here's another question. If it wasn't, by the way, you're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM. We welcome those watching on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. If you're not yet a subscriber, become one. Hit the heart button. If you're on youtube.com/ESPN 1320, do the same thing. Become a subscriber. Even if you're not on YouTube right now, if you listen on Odyssey or 1320 AM, go to YouTube later. Check out the video stream. Hit the subscribe button. You can even get show highlights there. Some of the stuff we post on social media is there. The individual shows that we got, the 13th round, the house show, they're all available there on YouTube. You can go back, catch up on some interviews, including some conversations with Marshall Harris, including conversations with Matt George, Deuce and Mo, James Ham. Those are all available for you on ESPN 1320's YouTube channel. If it had been Milwaukee instead of Atlanta, would the conversation have been different? Game 7 versus Milwaukee instead of Atlanta.
I don't think so.
I feel like it'd be a little bit different. I feel like Atlanta, with all due respect, and I've taken all my L's with the Atlanta Hawks. I'm not taking any more. They weren't supposed to be there. Like it was like, that's cute. I think people thought the Knicks were going to run them out of there. Yeah. And then they didn't. It was like, that's cool. It'll be a good matchup for Philadelphia to be entertaining, kind of get them out of here. And then, we'll get to the matchups that we've been waiting for. I think the fact that they got beat by an Atlanta Hawks team that people were still kind of unsure about, I think that only added to this whole story. I think there's a number of things where they just all kind of compounded each other. The fact that it was Atlanta and not Brooklyn, not Milwaukee, not a legitimate title contender. Again, with all due respect to Atlanta, I don't think people saw them as a legitimate title contender.
Right. So
you pile that onto his play, then you sprinkle it with Doc Rivers and Joel Embiid, and you've got the recipe that leads us to Ben Simmons season part 2 here on September 21st.
I get you. I understand that. I just feel like even Atlanta was putting salt into the wound. Them losing in the playoffs again, or maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. If it was Milwaukee in the conference finals, would it be the same? Is that what you're asking? Or Milwaukee in the second round?
I would have.
That would be a difference too. If they were to make the conference finals and lose to Milwaukee, it would be a little softer. But if it was Milwaukee in the second round, I think we can't get past the second round. Not with this group. This, we've reached our ceiling. I think there's a distinct difference with those two Milwaukee matchups.
Okay, I'll take that. I was kind of thinking of that also. I was going to factor it in later and say, would it matter if we were a series further along? I just think there are a number of things that have played into this, and ultimately it was the perfect cocktail of disaster. And that's where we are. And what Michael Lee wrote, the first part, again, I don't care what Philadelphia fans think or how they're going to react to this or how much they're going to boo him. I don't need a 30 for 30 on Philly fans booing Ben Simmons when he returns. But he did actually I take that back. I take exception with something Michael Lee said. He said Ben Simmons tanked his trade value. I think Daryl Morey tanked his trade value. I think Daryl Morey's trade proposals going public, or alleged trade proposals going public, tanked his trade value. Because I think people saw that, and it was, I think you used this line earlier. He wasn't negotiating in good faith.
Oh,
he's out there trying to get over on somebody.
Yeah, he's trying to pull a, what do you call it, banana in the tailpipe.
They're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. That's what it is.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. They got to do something though. Like this whole, maybe not. Maybe we benefit from it. So just never trade him. I don't care. It's whatever. But this is
Ben
Simmons
ridiculous. Season part 45.
This thing is ridiculous. I don't know what Daryl is holding out for. I don't know if he feels like Ben and oh my gosh, why am I drawing a blank on Rich Paul? If Ben and Rich Paul are playing a game of chicken with them and they'll blink first. I don't know if he thinks that's the case, but I don't think so.
Rich Paul's having himself a day, by the way.
What else? I saw something else about Rich Paul, but I didn't see what it was.
It's official. Oh, Adele made it official on Instagram. A little post with her and Rich Paul.
Okay.
So you got the Woj tweet dropping at the same time Adele is posting. Boy, Rich feel like he winning today. Rich is the center of all the universes.
Rich is sitting there like Thanos when he got all the thing, and he just sits down on the little throne and just looks out on the whole world.
I'd give anything for that reference to make more sense to me, but I have a gist of what it means.
Have you seen at least the clip where I think this is in the first? Oddly enough, I saw Infinity Wars without seeing Endgame. That was crazy. But I think it's in Endgame when I think Thanos is like becomes the king, becomes the ruler, and he just kind of just takes a seat, sits back on the throne. Nothing too outlandish. He's not like, he just, yeah, I'm here. That's how Rich Paul is.
That's how we feel when the radio ratings come out. Take our seat on the throne. One day
we looking past you.
One day I'm gonna watch all those movies, man. Like I'm gonna do it.
That's a hell of a commitment.
I told
I think
Kyle
I'm going to. I think I'm going to watch The Office before you watch all that. That's a lot of movies.
Okay.
A lot of movies and a lot of time.
Okay. Yeah, that's cap. You're not doing that.
Come on.
You're just not doing that. You're going to find some. You're going to rewatch Paid in Full. I've already got you. Like you're on Boomerang Alert. You know Boomerang is out there. You're going to go get that. Like,
but now I got. We talked about it. I got the Game Pass.
Oh God! Now we're going to be rewatching football games.
I'm going to be watching every game Gus Johnson and Aqib Talib do.
What day is today?
Tuesday.
Today Wednesday? Oh, it's
Tuesday. I'm not going to watch all 22 though. I'm not.
You
I'm
got
not really,
to. You got to watch it.
I'll watch all 22.
At least find you could watch certain plays from it, dude. It's
okay. I'll do that. I don't know if I'll watch the whole game. They got the whole game in the all 22.
It's cut.
Okay.
It's cut. It's not like they're not like walking around, a lot of that is cut out. It's I don't know that it's condensed, but it's good.
All right. I'll try it.
It'll be good for game day. It'll be good for game day with Kenny Caraway.
I'll try it. I'm like, did you see Jawan Jennings open 40 yards down the field? Who missed a crazy pass this
Probably
weekend?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, it wasn't Jimmy.
Oh, I was gonna say,
was it Dak? Or was it Herbert? Somebody, and it was like, how are you not? Was it? Oh no, I think it was Derek Carr on Monday night when Waller just ran down the middle of the field wide open, and Carr was sitting back there with his little happy feet and then like dumped it down. But he hasn't done that a lot this year. He's been cooking.
Yeah, he's racking up them yards. By the way, and I say this just because a text popped up in front of me. Happy birthday to the home, because she doesn't. I know she hates this type of acknowledgement. So when someone hates this type of acknowledgement, you point it out. Happy birthday to the homegirl Morgan Reagan.
Mo,
today's Morgan's birthday. Yeah, let's get them air horns. Hopefully,
happy birthday, Mo.
Hopefully she's not listening. She's out having fun doing something. So hit her up on social media and wish Mo happy birthday.
Yeah.
We've got sound coming up from both Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell as they spoke to the media today. We've got power rankings on the way that will probably get to the ESPN. ESPN, they're releasing a top 100 list.
Oh, it's already looking garbage.
Is it? Okay. Well, the top 50 is not out yet, or at least I don't think it's out yet, unless it came out since the show has started. Tyrese is on it at 73.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of notable names he's ahead of: Yusuf Nurkic. He's ahead of Joe Harris. He's behind OG Anunoby. Jaren Jackson Jr.
Boy, they love Jaren Jackson Jr. Boy, I tell you. They love that dude.
I think they love that Memphis Grizzlies team, to be honest with you.
Man, everybody be talking about Jaren Jackson like he Luka.
Okay,
Jaren Jackson has done the same, if not less, than Marvin Bagley in his career. They love Jaren Jackson, boy. I tell you, that's crazy.
Strangely enough, it really is about the same. Let's see. Kemba Walker's ahead of him. Buddy Hield is at 51.
Yeah, that's where it got crazy.
Too high?
Yeah.
Okay. Buddy Hield at 51. He's ahead of Anthony Edwards. That's fine. Jeremy Grant, who I really like. He's ahead of John Collins. Buddy Hield at 51. Buddy is, yeah.
That's too much. Too
so
much.
De'Aaron will obviously be in the top 50. Question is, how high in the top 50 will De'Aaron be? Does De'Aaron crack top 25?
I don't think so.
Really?
If I had to think about it, I think he probably should, but I don't think they'll put him at 25.
I thought that was the like minimum. Like he's like you can't keep De'Aaron out of the top 25.
Mm.
Like that's barely acknowledging he's the best player on the Sacramento Kings. Like that's just a couple slots above that. Like
Seriously.
he's obvious, like you're like, come on, man. He's got to be at least top 25. But these lists always get dicey because where's Draymond Green going to be on the list? Where's all of these different? It's going to be tough, man. But,
that's funny. Draymond still hadn't been named.
Actually, I wasn't even looking out for Draymond Green. I have to imagine he's already been named.
Mm.
He has to. There's no way Draymond Green is a top 50 player. Norman Powell, by the way, is number 100 on this list.
Yeah, I like Norman Powell too.
But we got Jalen Green in here already at 96. There's no way I'm going to be able to scan through this fast enough. Derrick Rose at 91. I'm really just looking. Seth at 88. John Wall at 85. I'm really just looking for Draymond and nothing else. Man. Oh boy. There's old Tyrese. What did they say about Tyrese? One big question. Haliburton showed why so many teams were high on him in the draft, averaging 13 and 5.3 before a knee injury ended his rookie season. But now the Kings have a crowded backcourt with point guards De'Aaron Fox and first-round pick Davion Mitchell. How will head coach Luke Walton make it all work with 3 point guards? Will the Kings make a trade? There's more than one big question surrounding Haliburton. Wow. Yeah. Okay. He really is in the top 50. By the way, shout out to our man at Bleacher Report. Lonzo Ball's 57th. Yeah. But yeah, he's tall. Yeah,
boy, these kids are some circus clowns.
We'll come back, man. We'll talk more Sacramento Kings basketball. Maybe we'll get to these power rankings. You'll hear from Davion Mitchell and Harrison Barnes, as well as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station. You know what it is. It's ESPN 1320. Okay, cool.
What's good, everybody? 13th round. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches doing what they do, man. Shout out to Ryan and the whole family over there, man. Always showing love. I got to talk about, I've waited for about 2 weeks. I got to talk about this guy, man, Teofimo Lopez, man. I mean, because more and more stuff continue to happen with this guy's fight against Kambosos. Earlier today, or yesterday, excuse me, it was reported that Ryan Kavanaugh of Triller is exploring moving the Teofimo Lopez-George Kambosos fight from Monday, October 4th. The fact that it was on Monday in the first place is just insane. At New York's Hulu Center at the MSG to Saturday, October 16th at Barclays in Brooklyn. If the fight moves, it would be at least the 5th date change since this fight has been announced. That was from Mike Coppinger. Teofimo, this dude, I'm just going to play right now.
Boy, these kids are some circus clowns.
I mean, he really is, though. Him and his pops are just ridiculous. Not only have they not shown up and defended their title since beating Lomachenko, I think it was more than a year ago or almost a year ago or whatever the case may be, but they haven't even fought. They couldn't give him a rematch, and they haven't even fought. And all he's done is run his mouth, talking about Devin Haney, talking about Tank Davis, A-side this, A-side that. Fam, you're fighting on Triller on a Monday right now. There's going to be 11 people watching that fight, and I won't be one of them. He needs to get his mind right. He needs to stop listening to his pops, because his pops is sending him into a downward spiral. And I'm just sick of the kid. I'm not going to hate on him on his resume, on the fact that, you know, he's a decent fighter. He's the champ right now. I give him that. But I'm sick of the kid. He doesn't do anything to interest me. The only thing I want to see is him lose. And like I told my man G Funky a long time ago, I told him about a year ago, he was talking all this mess about Devin Haney. I told him Teofimo will never, and I repeat, he will never fight Devin Haney. And what does he say earlier today? Oh, I'm looking to move up to 140. Oh, Josh Taylor smacks him around. I don't even like Josh Taylor. Go up to 140, face Josh Taylor, face Jose Ramirez, and get smacked around one time. I'm done with Teofimo. That's the 13th round. I debated on whether or not I was going to talk about this Caleb Pant Canelo brawl that took place. Jesse, did you see this? Oh boy, let me tag you. It was popping. It was popping at the press conference. They had it going on. Let me see if this it was popping. I'm ready for this fight. That's what I'm talking about. See, this is stuff you don't get with the damn Billy Joe Saunders, or you don't get with a Yildirim. Man, get over here and fight these top fighters, man, and get that energy going, man. That's what I'm talking about right now.
Safe to get back in here.
I think Plant gonna work that boy, but I don't know if he's gonna win the fight, because to beat Canelo, I mean, this man got smacked up a number of different times and had people giving him the card, so that's a whole nother thing.
Appreciate you for being with us here. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you most definitely can. You most definitely should. 916-349-1320. That's a great way to connect, as is youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Been an eventful day talking Kings basketball, as Ben Simmons' season is officially back in effect here. And of course, in addition to Ben Simmons' season, we've got Sacramento Kings back in Sacramento. We got media day coming up on Monday, but I've seen Rashawn Holmes working out, seen Marvin Bagley working out. We know Buddy's here. Obviously, Harrison and Davion are here. They spoke today. We know that De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton spoke yesterday. They worked out as well. And the squad's here. It's time to get this thing popping.
Let's go.
It's time to get this thing going, man. And we've spent a lot of time talking about Davion Mitchell today, and as it relates to Ben Simmons and trade conversations and some of that different stuff. But Davion spoke today about the roster and what he brings to this team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we got the pieces. I feel like we got everything to make the playoffs. I mean, but also for me, just being myself on the court, playing for one another. I mean, that's one thing. And defensively, I mean, I heard the past few years we have not been that good defensively. So if we turn that around, we can win more games and we can easily get to the playoffs.
Oh, talking playoffs.
That's what I want to hear. Don't be afraid to say
playoffs.
Don't be afraid to say it. That's what I want to hear.
Okay. Okay. He's talking playoffs. So much like, was it Tyrese? Yeah, much like Tyrese Haliburton, he was asked about if the team feels pressure from that playoff drought.
Nah, we don't really look at it like that. I mean, we just try to take every day, to go 100% every day, go 1-0 every day, play hard. I mean, we know if we play hard and we play together, we know what we can do.
Who said that? Who's the 1-0 line? Did you catch that?
That was I thought you were playing it again, but that's Russ. That's me and Russ. We just trying to go 1-0 every day.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is
Kings.
a go Kings every time. That's a Russ special right there for sure. Here's more from Davion Mitchell.
Yeah, he's been really good. I mean, it's kind of he can really shoot the ball. He can score the ball at a high level. I just try to take little things away from him. But I mean, he's been playing this game. He's a professional, kind of like for the last couple of years. I mean, so it's kind of hard just to stop somebody. So I can try to slow him down, but it's kind of hard to stop somebody when they get hot.
Talking about Buddy Hield right there, and I led into that poorly because I mislabeled these. So that's me. I got to take the air today. That's my bad. But Davion Mitchell, man, he's a guy who Tyrese talked about yesterday. He's a guy that De'Aaron Fox talked about yesterday, and he's a guy who doesn't shy away from, or at least doesn't appear to shy away from, the responsibility of being a leader on this team, even though he's entering his first season. At least that's my impression. He doesn't seem to be shying away from it.
I'm just trying to process everything that you just said. That's what you want, right?
100%.
That's what you want.
Absolutely.
You want a guy who's going to talk about leadership, going to talk about accountability, who's going to talk about defense, getting to the playoffs, all this other stuff. That's what this franchise needs right now. 100%. I'm just sitting here listening and enjoying the things that Davion has to say.
Okay. Well, here's some more talking about De'Aaron Fox, and De'Aaron Fox calling him an older rookie.
I am like an older rookie. I mean, I would say I feel like a rookie just because I don't know anyone. Like, I don't know, like, I had to get to know like all the staff and all the coaches, all the players. So that's the only thing, like the only way I say I'm a rookie, because it's kind of new to me, see these new faces. I mean, but yeah, man, Fox kind of took me under his wing. I mean, I love watching him play, man. His pace is amazing. I want to get there one day where he's so fast, but you don't know because he plays so slow, and then he uses his speed when he have to. It's like somewhere I'm looking forward to getting to. Just keep watching him and keep playing against him. I think I'll be able to get there.
Okay. All right. There's more good stuff there from Davion Mitchell. As we mentioned, Media Day is coming up on Monday. The first practice will be on Tuesday. And then we'll start creeping into preseason games. And you know, the regular season is less than a month away now, about a month away.
What have we talked about since the show started? One of the things, when I say it, you'll definitely get it. But what are one of the things we talked about this team needed since this show started?
Accountability,
leadership,
continuity.
But we've been looking for some dogs.
Yeah,
they needed some dogs here.
Yeah, now they got a yard full of them because you got Davion, but you got Mo Harkless here too. You got Terrence Davis.
You can say Tristan is a dog.
I was gonna say I feel like Rashawn's a dog, to be honest with you.
Rashawn's a dog. That's what they need here, man. Been soft for too long. They've been passive for too long. I don't need that. I don't need that.
I love that we used dogs as like terms for aggression. Like, have y'all met my dogs? Because even my dogs ain't dogs. Like, what are you talking about? And can we retire the term? I've been thinking about this for a while. Can we dead the term dog fight? Like, let's come up with a different expression.
Yeah.
No one condones dog fighting, so why do we? Like, I heard it twice last night. Oh, they know that, and I think one of them was from Lisa. Oh, they know they're gonna be in for a dog fight. And every time I hear that, I was like, that's such a weird term to me.
I get it.
We need to retire that term.
I smell what you're cooking. We're probably, you're making me think too much about it. Because when I hear dog fight, obviously I don't think of an actual dog fight. I just think about how it's just gonna be they just getting after it. They just getting after it. But
it's gonna be like when my dogs fight over that stuffed toy. That's what it's gonna be like.
Okay, that could be, yeah.
When Smoothie and Sprout go after the stuffed zebra.
when they each have one end of the stuffed zebra and they're yanking. There you go. That's what I think of when I think of dog fight.
Oh, that's what it's gonna be. Two dogs tussling over a stuffed toy. Yo, Smoothie go hard. If she want that toy, like she gonna get it.
Who's the more aggressive dog?
Sprout.
Hmm.
100%. Like Sprout always wants to play.
Is Sprout the one that always jumps on Jasmine when she
Yes.
comes in? Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, Sprout doesn't like. She doesn't listen to a word I say. Like neither one of them do. Like the truth is, like they're listener. They're good listeners to a certain degree. But like Saturday's a perfect example. Yo, there was so much food in my house on Saturday, and it was just like trash was going out at like a shockingly rapid pace. So what Smoothie would do is Smoothie would knock the lid off the trash can and see if she could find something.
Mhm.
Not once, not twice, repeatedly. She would knock and the reason she does is because she knows she can get away with it. So, but if Smoothie's like really in the mood to play, oh, she'll roll up on Sprout. Like when you talk about you want a dog on your team, like Smoothie will be that dog right there for you. Like Smoothie will get at it. Like,
Those are
she'll
good
get at it.
dogs, though, man. Those are good
they're
dogs.
great, but, like-
Every time I've been around, they are very obedient, friendly dogs.
That
all the
term,
time.
they're my world. But like that term always just gets me. It's like, why do we use that term? Like we don't celebrate dog fighting,
Mhm.
but we will quickly point out, oh, this game's going to be a dog fight. And spoiler alert, last night's game was not a dog fight. It was nothing of the sort. Last night's game was Sprout bringing the toy to Smoothie and Smoothie being like, get away from me. I don't want to do this. with
Although
you
the
right now."
Lions were getting after him a little bit.
According to Bleacher Report, Jared
Getting
Goff
after
had
him.
the
He was
game of his
cooking.
life. Jeez.
They were ahead 17-14 in the second quarter, weren't they?
They were.
Yeah.
How'd the second
I was
half go?
watching that on the
You know how many
phone and
points they
following
ended
along.
with?
17.
Yeah.
I always watch the Packers and I always think about how Aaron Rodgers complains he never gets any help and things of that nature. I mean, Devontae Adams is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And I like Aaron Jones as a running back. I've
Aaron
always liked Aaron
Jones. Yeah, he's a bad
Yeah.
dude. He's a
But
bad dude.
Let Aaron Rodgers tell it.
He did find his father's ashes, by the way, for those who were following that story.
So I saw he had that in the chain.
Mhm.
It broke during the game or something like that.
I guess the chain came
off.
off. Yeah. The chain came, but they found it.
Good.
They found it.
Good.
One of the trainers apparently searched all over Lambeau Field last night, and he was able to find it.
Wow.
Devastating news coming out of the 49ers practice squad.
Oh, no.
D Virgin has been released.
Oh, man.
I feel like
Oh, man.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of jokes that could be made right there, but we'll just say our man D Virgin is getting cut. You know why this is funny? Because Schefter tweeted that. Like Schefter tweeted that the 49ers released D Virgin, and I feel like he only did that. Like he's talking about a practice squad player. I feel like he only did that because he knows the jokes are going to come flowing.
Oh, yeah. He's trying to get them jokes, man.
Like D Virgin still can't score. D Virgin couldn't get all the way to the main roster. They probably need the practice squad for more running backs.
They do. They talked about the guys that they were bringing in yesterday for workouts. TJ Yeldon was on there. Kenyon Drake. Is it Kendrick? Or is it Keon? I can't remember.
Keon was
Drake.
Keon, yeah.
And
No, it was, isn't it? I think it's Keon Johnson. Is it
Kerryon Johnson?
Oh,
I thought it
this
was
is a
Kerryon.
circus. This is a circus.
Lamar Miller, we can't get that
They're
wrong.
bringing
He's
in
another
every
one.
running back. Like, think of a running back, and they're bringing them in, except Frank Gore. They haven't brought in Frank Gore. They're bringing in everybody else.
Frank Gore, a boxer.
Yeah, what is that? That kept
what you're
popping
saying?
up. That kept popping up in the chat yesterday. Frank Gore is boxing people.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I didn't really dig into that one too much, but yeah. I just want to see Frank Gore on a football field. We don't need to see him in a boxing ring.
Yeah, I point out a message that's just really agitating the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Our man No Name here on YouTube says, I'm just checking in and headed out. Kidding, calling Thanos the king. This isn't the Lord of the Rings, Casey. D-Lo, you'll watch the Apple morning show, but none of the Marvel movies. Straight up lame. Peace out. Jesus Christ, Jackson. What does the morning show have to do with Marvel movies? And I've seen Marvel movies. What I said was I haven't seen all of them. I've seen Black Panther. I tried to watch what were the last two, Endgame and Infinity War. I watched those two with very little context, just Black Panther to those two. That's all I saw. And say I haven't seen any of them. What the hell does watching the morning show have to do with Marvel movies? You dismiss, man. That's stupidity.
He comes in here, no name, talking all this other stuff. Look, man.
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
I don't know nothing about all that, man. All right, you got your Thanos, ruler of the world, king, a WWE champ.
By the way,
don't give a damn.
Quick spoiler alert: I ain't watching Lord of the Rings either.
Oh my God! Look, then this guy's like, "Yo, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go watch Lord of the Rings." Okay.
We were talking to Matt George last week after we said goodbye, and Matt was like, "Yeah, I'm getting a new banner put behind me," and we were like, "Oh, what is it?" You're gonna think it's lame. I was like, well, what is it, Matt? And he goes on to explain like some Lord of the Rings thing. And it was like, yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't get it, but like, hey, if that's your go, that's cool. That's your vibe. Let's go.
Yeah,
go.
Lord
I
of
ain't
the
never
Rings.
seen a single. I ain't never seen it.
I'm not interested in Lord of the Rings. I'm not gonna say it's good or bad or chastise anybody who watches it. That's your bag. It's whatever. I'm not. I think that's gonna be like in the Star Trek, or not Star Trek, but Star Wars category for me, where I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not going to watch that stuff.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the same category? Star Trek and Star Wars?
No, they're different, in my opinion.
Okay.
The Trekkies might tell you something different, but yeah, they're two different bags. Trek, Wars, Lord of the Ring. Put that on a list of things that, like I said, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not going back to watch those. Not that they're bad, but look, by the time I have time to sit up there and say, I'm going to start the Lord of the Rings, I'll probably think of something else I should be watching or could be watching, and I'll watch that.
I've hesitated about saying this on the radio.
Mm.
And to be fair, I'm going to try again. It was probably just a bad moment. We'll get back to the Kings. We've got power rankings coming up, probably. I need to mention this. I got to get it off my chest. It's been weighing heavy on me.
Okay.
Sat down the other night. I was chilling. I was like, yo, let me put something on. I was like, yo, this what's the Jason, the soccer coach, Ted
Lasso.
Ted Lasso. Mm-hmm. It's like, yo, let's do it. I'm gonna put this on. Everybody talks about how funny it is. I watched for probably 10 minutes and I hit stop. And I was like, okay, there's a couple of things I could do here. I could acknowledge that a lot of times what people find funny, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was 10 minutes in and I thought this is effing stupid. Like I'm not gonna watch I'm not gonna watch multiple seasons of this. And then I thought, dude, it's 10 minutes. Like, that's not fair. You could have turned The Wire off in the first 10 minutes. You could have turned The Sopranos off, and there's a number of shows. Hell, you could have turned The Office off in the first 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, that's not fair. I'm gonna try again. But my early impressions are, this is really stupid, and I don't know that I'm gonna be able to finish this. And that was like the day before it won like 7 Emmy Awards.
Wow.
I want to give it a shot. Like, people keep talking about how great it is.
I don't think I'm gonna see Ted Lasso either. I just look. See, this is what I'm telling you. Mm-hmm. I'll keep it real.
Yep.
I'll let you know if I ain't gonna watch nothing. I'm gonna watch The Office. Hell, I've already started to watch The Office.
Kind of.
If I had no interest, like I have no interest in Ted Lasso or Lord of the Rings, I'll tell you, I ain't watching that.
I guess it's so fascinating how humor is so different to people.
It's so subjective.
Humor is super subjective, and it just hasn't gotten me yet. So I'm gonna try one more time. I'm gonna try to get through the entire first episode. Like, I tried. I honestly I feel like I gave a solid effort to, what was that Game of Thrones. I gave a solid effort to Game of Thrones, and it ain't for me.
Yeah.
It ain't
I
for
haven't
me.
ruled out Game of Thrones either. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get into that, but I haven't ruled it out the way I did Lord of the Rings or Ted Lasso. You know what starts this week though, that I'm definitely gonna give a shot.
Hmm.
The Wonder Years.
Ah, yes. Yes,
I need
most
to see how they
definitely.
mix this one up here.
Most
I
definitely.
need to see how they remix this.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, that's solid. I'm curious. Okay. I'm definitely curious how
How
they
they
pull that
gonna
off as
remix
well.
this one?
Harrison Barnes spoke today as well. He was asked about this version of the Sacramento Kings.
For us, like I said, I mean, we have a lot of people who are coming back from last season, so there's a familiarity. But we have to take a step. Each and every one of us has to be better, because if we're just like we were last year, then we're gonna have the same result, right? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. So, we definitely have to, improve. I think, we're all taking that challenge, personally coming into this season.
I'd like to point something out. I absolutely hate that saying, because I think there are people who really believe that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. That is not the definition of insanity. It's like Einstein's definition of insanity. I hate that saying so much. I just wanted to say that. Love Harrison Barnes.
Do you hate it more
saying.
than couldn't care less? Could care less?
I've given up on that one. Like, a lot of people chimed in on that one with like, you're just going to have to let that go. No one's ever. I don't hate that one. That's not on the hate list. The definition of insanity is on the hate list. Dogfights on the hate list.
Ideal.
That doesn't bother me. I'm fascinated. I'm more fascinated by that one than hating
the
it.
Queen Bee. She stops me in her tracks every time.
What'd she say? Harrison Barnes also talked today. Let's see. Let's get this to you first. The 49ers signed running back Jaquez Patrick off the Bengals practice squad. I guess that's why they needed to let go of Virgin. Now,
come on, man.
I don't understand though. Like, if you're signing a player off, you can't sign a player off a practice squad to a practice squad, can you? I feel like
they got to be signed to the roster.
Yeah, I feel like that tweet might have been a little bit off by. We don't need to call out who it was. I feel like that tweet might have been a little bit off. But we'll keep you updated on Virgin and the latest running back needs. Why are you laughing? I'm trying to report news. I'm a broadcast journalist. Harrison Barnes talked about the team's defense and expectations on Davion to help change it.
Defensively, I mean, that's going to be, what determines our season. I think we have plenty of people who can score the basketball. I don't think we'll have issues on that end, but defensively, we have to get stops. And Davion's been great from just obviously watching him in college, to summer league, to where he's at now. I think he's in a great position to come and have an impact early. Obviously, playing the point guard position, there's a lot of tough matchups night in, night out. So, he's going to have to, learn a lot on the fly. But, I think he puts in the work, and, he's prepared to take that jump, as well as, the other additions that we made to our team. Lynn, Tristan Thompson helping us fortify, the front court.
I love that. There's a lot of challenges ahead. He's got those challenges right out the gate when he's got Dame Lillard. I think Steph is in there right at the beginning. Donovan Mitchell's in there. Those are his first three matchups. We're going to know pretty quickly about Davion Mitchell. We're going to find out pretty quickly. I don't know.
Or we're not, Damian, or we're not.
Explain.
Because, first three games in the NBA. If he struggles, all right, first three games in the NBA. Give him 50 games. Give him a year. Be like, all right, this is who he is.
No, I think with what he brings to the table, you'll see it. Like, maybe it's not perfected. I'm not talking about we're going to know what Davion Mitchell is going to be for the rest of his career in the first three games, or when he gets tested by some of these big dogs. I'm talking about we saw what he did against James Bouknight. Right? We were Peyton Pritchard. Peyton Pritchard's an NBA player, like a legitimate NBA player. There was it's fine. Like, is he going to be able to do this though in the regular? I think we're going to know pretty quickly. I'm not saying he's going to go out there and shut Dame Lillard down. We're going to see those moments. We're going to see, at least assuming he's used in these situations by Luke Walton. I think we're going to see him in those moments that we were waiting all summer to see. I mean, I think the first thing a lot of people thought after the book night play went viral was, oh man, this dude on some of the best guards in the league, what's it going to look like? Oh, man, this dude on some of the best players in the league, what's it going to look like? Those types of things we're going to find out pretty quickly. I don't think we're going to know Davion's career isn't going to be etched in stone following the matchup in Portland.
And even then, Davion is going to go out there when he is matched up on him, because he's not even going to be the starting guard. But when he is matched up on him, he's going to have his moments. They're probably going to have their moment. They're definitely going to have their moments. They'll probably come out of the Dame and Steph. They'll probably come out with 30 for the night, because that's just what they do. And Davion, his job is to go out there and compete.
But that's not
his job.
See, that was one of the fun conversations about Davion following Summer League. Is he's going to expose a lot of people who don't watch basketball games. He's going to expose a lot of people who just look at the box score, or try to catch up the next day on the King's Herald, but didn't see what actually happened.
Right.
I'm not talking about Davion shutting down Donovan for 35 minutes. I'm not talking about Davion shutting Dame Lillard down for 40 minutes. What I'm talking about is those moments where they're on the floor together. What does it look like?
Yeah.
And I do think there are takeaways from that. I absolutely think there are things that you could take away from that.
Yeah. That's exactly what it was. Like I said, the same people that, spout off Ben Simmons accolades to me will be the same ones to be saying, well, look, Steph got 28. So what off night was that? Like, no, you got to watch it, man. You got to watch the game. You gotta see what the effect that he had on some of these possessions, or, on a momentum swing or something like that, or vice versa. If he didn't have any effect, you got to watch and analyze that way.
That's right, because everybody who thinks Ben Simmons accomplished anything is wrong.
That's
they didn't
not
watch
true.
the games.
It's not true.
Here's one more clip of Harrison Barnes that we'll dive into, KC. It's the team's mindset about the playoffs.
I think for us, it starts with, building those daily habits and being consistent. I mean, is it a successful season if we make the playoffs and we get swept in the first round? Are we hanging our hat on that and saying, yes, this is what we worked all season for to do? So I think it's a bigger mindset than that. Obviously, making the playoffs is important for those who've been there. We know how special it is for those who haven't. You want to be in that fight, but it starts with getting our minds right daily and putting the work in now. You know what I'm saying? In September, in November, as we prepare for the season, in October, preparing for the season, getting ready to get the season started.
That's Harrison Barnes. We'll talk more about what he said. We'll talk more about what Davion Mitchell said. We'll hit you with some power rankings. We'll dive back into 49ers football as well. Lots more ahead here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Whew.
All right. Oh, there you go. I'll be back.
Okay. Show and pop. All right. Talked a little bit about this earlier. I want to bring it back here for the house show. I thought the WWE did a tremendous job yesterday with a one-show build around the Bloodline and the New Day. Now, there's a lot of flaws in this. The flaw is obviously I feel like they blew through like 4 months of storylines in one show. Or maybe not 4 months. They blew through a few weeks of storylines. Like my vision with that, like I love I thought the Bloodline and New Day was probably going to happen in Survivor Series and maybe a few weeks down the road. So to do it last night, I thought it had an effective ending. Obviously with Roman going over, he pinned Xavier Woods. You had Bobby Lashley get involved. I love that Bobby Lashley laid everybody out, including Big E, but didn't touch Roman until after we thought he wasn't going to get Roman. And then he goes in there, he lays out Roman, and it's like, okay, we've got a story here. We got a Roman Lashley story. Really, you could have a Roman Lashley Big E story. That's where I thought we were going. And we were. What I didn't expect is for us to be going there last night. So the Bloodline New Day match opened the show, And then you have the closer with the triple threat. Now, again, I'm critical of it because I feel like you blew through weeks of storylines in one show, but it was really entertaining. The crowd was super hot for it. They were really into everything that's happening, and you had an effective ending. You had an effective ending in the Bloodline New Day match, and the fact that Roman pinned Xavier Woods, Bobby got involved. He lays out Roman. That takes us to the main event, and there's one really, really important note, at least in my opinion, about that triple threat match. Again, really entertaining. All three guys worked their asses off, and Roman pinned Bobby. I think that's important because you're left like, yo, the Bloodline just beat the New Day. Technically, Roman just beat Bobby Lashley and Big E, but in reality, Roman pinned Bobby Lashley, leaving the door open for Roman Reigns versus Big E. Now, I don't know that Big E is going to be the guy who beats Roman Reigns, but every time Roman Reigns goes over somebody, every time Roman Reigns wins clean, every time Roman Reigns, does like what he did at WrestleMania when I think he dragged Daniel Bryan on top of Edge, or dragged Edge on the top of Daniel Bryan, or however that went. It's like, it's another stamp of, yo, this dude is doing something. He's doing something special, and he's doing something different. He's doing something that we haven't seen in a long time. We saw Brock Lesnar run through guys, but we saw Brock Lesnar run through guys on a very limited basis. We're seeing Roman Reigns run through guys every week. So as maybe as hastily as that was all booked last night, I thought it was booked really, really well, and it left us with a potential Roman Reigns versus Big E storyline. And I like that. I think that's a win for all of us.
I gotta go back and watch that.
Yeah, it's a good watch.
No, well, I gotta watch that too. I said I gotta go back and watch the 13th round or the house show.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I know all Canelo fans are happy with seeing that. I say Canelo, he's hey, Canelo looking a little out of character right now. Think he might have ruffled some feathers.
Appreciate you for being with us. Yes, ESPN 1320 indeed. Also on the Odyssey app. Also on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Whatever your favorite platform is, become a subscriber. We know we're always showing love to the YouTube crowd. We appreciate you over there. We appreciate the Twitch crowd rocking with us. Also, if you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, and take part in the conversation. Jump in the chat house, man. We've got our own little community right here in the chat house that talks about Kings basketball, that talks about Ben Simmons, that talks about the San Francisco 49ers, boxing, wrestling, whatever and sometimes they're talking about stuff that has nothing to do with what's actually happening on the program. And that's fine too, because that crew has built their own little world over there, and we appreciate them so much. We've heard from Davion Mitchell today. We've heard from Harrison Barnes today. We're just a couple of days away from the start of training camp. As a matter of fact, we're 1 week away from the start of Kings training camp. We're 6 days away from Kings Media Day, and just in time for Ben Simmons' season to kick off here, as Adrian Wojnarowski reiterated what Keith Pompeys tweeted and wrote about in the Philadelphia Inquirer 3 weeks ago, that Ben Simmons is not showing up to camp next week, and Ben Simmons intends to never play another game for the Philadelphia 76ers, and he's being criticized for undercutting the Philadelphia 76ers he's been criticized for undercutting his trade value and potentially undercutting any trade that the Philadelphia 76ers could make. I disagree a little bit with that. I think Daryl Morey is the one who has undercut Ben Simmons' trade value. And I think as long as there's little competition, the Sacramento Kings can regularly be in this conversation. We've done this exercise before. Again, this is part 2 of Ben Simmons' season. We've looked around at other teams and tried to figure out, yo, who can make a deal work here? Who can have, like we even questioned, I think we questioned it with Golden State specifically. We might have opened it up to the rest of the league. But Casey, I know we questioned, does Golden State have like their version of a universal deal? And then we looked around at the rest of the league going, do these other teams have their own versions of the universal deal that we have here in Sacramento?
Yeah, and then that's a question that we couldn't really answer.
Yeah, right.
We don't know. I know with Golden State, we don't necessarily know if they're all in lockstep with the universal deal the way we are here on D-Lo and KC, at least, right? Some people may be willing to move Wiseman. Some people will say, no, I don't want to move Wiseman. Some people may be willing to move Kuminga and not Moody, and vice versa. So I don't know if they are in lockstep on a universal deal the way that we are here with Bagley, Buddy, and a pick or two.
There's also reports that Golden State wasn't even interested, that was all just a bunch of nonsense. That whatever trade proposal was out there wasn't real. The Stephen A. Smith, Zach Lowe stuff where they were debating between Draymond Green and Ben Simmons, that none of that was real. That they had a conversation in the front office about it, but never went any further than that, a conversation about Ben Simmons. Now, again, you could choose to believe whatever you want, but it's hard to get a true pulse for what it is out there for Ben Simmons.
There's a lot of people, especially on the Twitter, and in the chat, with called in today or whatever the case may be, who think about different proposals, and personally think I'm off my rocker for not wanting to trade Davion Mitchell.
For the record, do you have a rocker?
No, but we got a recliner.
Okay. So you're old man getting out of the recliner. I got you.
For not wanting to trade Davion Mitchell in a Ben Simmons deal. I would tell you, just look around the league. I don't think there's anybody in the top 10 that would trade their top 10 player for Ben Simmons. I don't think there's anybody worth their salt. I don't know if there's any player, any team in the league right now that would trade their second best player for Ben Simmons.
So that's an important thing to point out, because it reminds me of, I think it was a great tweet from, was it Patrick Beverly? I believe Patrick Beverly, the newest member of the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, Minnesota. I had to think for a second about where he might be, but yeah.
There was a tweet, I believe it was by a writer in Minnesota, who listed all of these Minnesota players, and then Ben was like, yo, this is a contending team. And Pat Bev quote tweeted it with facts, 100 emoji. And I thought, wow, I'm not sure which one of these two don't know how trades work. And for Patrick Beverly, who I think has been traded like 3 times this offseason, you would think he would know that ain't going to work. It listed all of Minnesota's good players. It listed Minnesota's mediocre players. And it led me to believe, in this imaginary world of this writer, who were they giving up for Ben Simmons? Hell, at least in this deal, whether you like Buddy or Marvin or whatever, that's 2 starters. You're getting 2 starters in that case. You've got to give something up to get Ben. Minnesota's a team that, according to the rumors, have been enamored with Ben Simmons. Like, okay, you and I, we've tried to figure it out. We don't see it. I had a proposal I was super excited to bring you one day. The New York Knicks proposal. You laughed at me and you told me, I don't think that's going to work. So as we went through all of these different teams, I don't know what's out there, man. And like, not just I don't know what's out there in terms of like the talent swap. I don't know what's out there in terms of the fit. You know who has the talent to trade, still be okay, but I don't know how much Ben fits with what they're doing, is Atlanta. I thought Atlanta could make a trade work, and Nate McMillan might like Ben Simmons. But how does Ben Simmons fit with the way Atlanta's playing? And I don't know if he does. Or if, given the amount of, given you'd have to give up a couple of guys to get Ben Simmons back. Maybe that changes the way that they play. And I don't know that Nate McMillan would want to do that either, given their success last year.
No, nobody. That's why I keep saying nobody that's doing none of the good teams that are doing anything want to trade for Ben Simmons. Let's just get that out there. We went down the list. None of the good teams would want to trade for Ben Simmons. So there's that. Then you have the bad teams who have these top 10 picks. None of them are trading any of the top 10 picks for Ben Simmons. So what are you left with? You're left with fringe teams like the Kings, like San Antonio, who would maybe do it, but not going to trade any of their future assets, their future players, their future prospects for Ben Simmons. All it takes is one, so anything could happen. One GM that presses the panic button and trades, a fringe all-star or something for Ben Simmons, and you can be like, see, he went for an all-star. All it takes is one. But right now, nobody's doing that, else the deal would have been done. Nobody's even considering it.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, you could probably safely say that, but we don't know that. we don't know that. We don't know that no one's considering this.
Wow.
They might just be waiting it out like, yo, his value's literally plummeting. Yo, I presented Daryl Morey with something. Like, imagine if you were Detroit. Imagine you could be Monty McNair.
Mm-hmm.
Monty McNair could have had a conversation about Davion Mitchell 2 months ago, a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
Could have. This is hypothetical. And Daryl Morey said no. Daryl Morey calls back today and says, hey, you know what? I've been thinking about it. Let's go ahead and get this done. I'm Monty McNair or any other general manager. I'm like, fam, that deal's off the table.
Yeah, price gone up.
Yeah,
or
sorry,
down,
buddy.
however you want to look at it.
It ain't going to work. Like, that was the deal a month ago. That ain't the deal today.
Yeah.
So whether it's Davion or a Davion caliber player on another team, like if anybody who has offered Daryl Morey a deal within the last 2 months, they could change that deal. Because at some point, this has got to come to an end. And I think this isn't the NFL. This isn't the stand by and do nothing league. Now, this certainly isn't like a league-wide catastrophe.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point, does Adam Silver get involved? Does the front office get involved? Or when I say the front office, I mean the league front office. Does the league office get involved and say, I don't know, act as like some type of mediator, not order anyone to be traded, nothing like that, but acts as just someone in the middle that says, look, this has gotten a bit contentious. Let's try to get this done. Let's do what's best for Philly. Let's do what's best for Ben Simmons. Let's do what's best for our league. Let us know how we can help orchestrate something here.
I don't know if they do that, but maybe it's a phone call from a shady character in the middle of the night. Daryl, we're only going to make this phone call one time. Stop with the charade.
In the middle of the night.
Get something done. Good night. And then he's like, "Oh man, I got that call. I think we better make something happen, or else it could get ugly." I don't know. I don't think the league steps in this one.
Adam, why are you calling me at 3 a.m? Yeah, I don't know, man. It just at some point this has got to come to an end at some point, because as much fun as we're having with it, and I do genuinely believe we're having fun with it.
Yeah,
it's going to get to a point. Okay, this is silly. We've got this. Fix this one way or another. Like, get this over with. I mean, I guess there is the option that essentially Rich Paul and the Clutch Sports crew is calling his bluff on, or is calling the 76ers bluff on, is no, he just won't play. He'll sit out the $140 million. He'll sit out the whatever, pay. He'll just forego it.
It's a good reference right here by Southsack E. Morey gonna wake up with a horse head next to him.
Yeah, Godfather references always work. They always work, man. Sometimes you got to send a message.
Jesse,
we don't condone that, but sometimes
no, absolutely not. Jesse asked the question to us. He said, "Any chance Ben Simmons pulls an Aaron Rodgers?" Whereas Aaron Rodgers was, "I'm done. I'm going to retire. And here we are in week 2, and against the Lions.
It's my favorite thing. Telling Pat McAfee, I was going to retire. I don't care if people don't believe me. Yeah, you're right, fam. We don't believe you. You weren't going to retire. Knock it off. You literally showed up day freaking one.
Karen Rodgers.
It's of course it's possible. Aaron played it off like something dramatic happened the night before. I was going to retire, but then, and that's never been made clear as to what exactly that was that happened, other than he got to sign some old guy that he wanted on the team. But I guess there's a chance. It sure don't feel like it. What's that going to sound like when Ben Simmons' name is called game number 1 in at the Wells Fargo Center?
Not a booze.
I don't think you want that. Yeah, you don't want that.
A lot of booze.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Rory in the chat says Ben Simmons is a top 25 to 50 player in the league. That's a pretty broad, wide range right there. 25 to 50 player in the league. It's insane that people think no team would be willing to beat the Kings universal deal. Well, Rory, I will say this. It's not to think. Is that ain't nobody making a deal.
Yeah, it's
nobody's doing it. All
it's
you
not
Ben
our
Simmons
opinion.
Ben Simmons truthers out there, this deal ain't been made. Nobody's out here offering that stuff. You guys think I'm just making it up. Nobody's offering.
Well, we don't know what people are offering. Let's be clear in that. Or early, hey, you got people. I don't know what people are offering. But the first part of what you said is very true. A deal ain't been done. So if something better than the universal deal has been offered to them and they didn't make it, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how much better it's going to get.
Like
you're legitimately getting back 2 starters with the Sacramento Kings.
People really believe what this Ben. This is the thing where it's just it's getting out of control. Well, it's getting out because it's getting out of control. Like I feel like Daryl Morey is in charge of all your Twitter accounts and all these people in the chat
because their opinions different than yours.
No, because they're literally saying the same thing that Daryl Morey wants. They're like, well, it's going to take this. And when Daryl Morey says it, when Daryl Morey says, or the reports come out that that's what he wants, oh, that's crazy. Why would he want something like that? What you just said? Well, Marvin, Ben, and 2 firsts. That is not even in the vicinity of what it's going to take to get Ben Simmons done. Which one is it?
That's 70.
Do you think Daryl Morey is crazy, or do you think that the universal deal is good enough?
That 76ers fan that does that. I always point.
That's Kings fan. Absolutely, that's Kings fan. We can't even have a conversation unless you start with Haliburton for Ben Simmons. We got to be real.
Fans are saying that. Oh, you got to stop that.
We got to be real with ourselves. It would take Haliburton would be the starting point to a deal for Ben Simmons. Come on, man.
I'm looking for our conversation with Matt George, where 76ers fans just went ham on the comment section about what the Kings would have to give up, and it's a wild place about Daryl Morey, waiting it out. There were some well thought out comments as well. Boy, this thing has been added to. Man, they have been in this video. Man. Here's a comment. These guys are off base. Why wouldn't other teams later in the season get into a bidding war for Ben Simmons? I wonder if this is like Kenny Caraway's Hassan Whiteside bidding war. More from my man. This is my man Morris Hunter. By the way, you're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by our folks over at Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. NBA team situations will change during the season. Ben Simmons would be one of the best ever trading chips sitting out there. 3-time straight NBA All-Star. First or second best defensive player in the entire league on a 4-year contract at 25 years old. Those players are almost never available. Daryl Morey should hold out till other teams have their own situations change, which will in all caps happen, that's when NBA teams will bid against each other.
Hey man, for the Simmons truthers, all it takes is one team. You guys are right. All it takes is one team to panic and do something stupid.
Oh, here's another one. This was my favorite one. I think I read this one to you before. Sixers is smart playing the waiting game for Dame or Beal right now.
I remember this one. Dame or Beal.
Ben is under contract, so if he wants to sit out games in training camp, he'll be hurting himself. Oh, man. We really going to pretend like – can I – the process is legitimately one of the stupidest things that's ever happened to the NBA. The process was an epic failure. Like a massive, massive failure. If your goal was to get to the playoff, if your goal was to suck for all of those years as badly as you did, miss on draft pick after draft pick after draft pick after draft pick to only be in a position now where you have to trade on one of the ones that got you to the position that you're in, which was just the playoffs. Hey, nice job, Philly. If the process was all of that just to get to the playoffs, nice job, Philly. Well done, guys. But from any like normal person's point of view, the process was absolute trash.
Yeah. Well, trash is a little strong, but
trash.
It didn't result in no championship, that's for sure.
It didn't look. What did it result in? It resulted in you getting to the playoffs? It resulted in nothing. You have gotten nothing out of the process. Nothing.
You got a generational talent in Ben Simmons. That's what you guys.
And now you got to trade him.
That's what they tell me. Generational talent.
You could focus this all on Ben Simmons as you want to. They screwed up on Markelle Fultz. So was Markelle Fultz. How'd that work out?
I'm not saying
the whole process was a failure.
So the whole. Okay, so
the entire process was a failure because now you're in a position where you have to trade one of the guys who was supposed to be the ones who we only had to hit on two. Remember the big moment, process complete. Like process complete. Process was a failure.
The biggest
only people that lost in the whole process thing was those Philly fans who showed up and paid all that money to watch that sorry ass team.
Ironically, the biggest failure of the process was not finding a way to keep Jimmy Butler. That
Will W saying they rebuilt, didn't they? Rebuilt over what, like a 10-year period? They missed on more draft picks than the Minnesota Timberwolves did. And the Timberwolves, they sucked on accident. Philly sucked on purpose. They got nothing. Except Joel Embiid standing there looking around like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air at the last episode. Ain't even a couch in sight. Jazz gone. Jazz has gone home. Ben Simmons want to be called just like his other kids on Sundays. That's where Ben Simmons is at. That's where he at. He just wants to call too. All he getting is a trade call. He can't even get that. Man, that's awful. Just awful.
Humor me real quick.
No.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
People, once again, because this has been a point of contention here. It seems like throughout the day when I bring up Davion Mitchell and like, no, I wouldn't trade him. Let's go down the list. You think the Pistons would trade Cade Cunningham for Ben Simmons?
I don't think so.
Rockets trade Jalen Green.
No.
Cavs Evan Mobley.
Maybe.
Nice.
Maybe. Okay.
Raptors Scotty Barnes.
Maybe.
Magic Jalen Suggs.
I think you're going to get a lot of maybes from me here, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there's a couple of like strong no's in there, but
I think they're all no's. You may be able to say the Magic with Franz Wagner, because I only said Well, because I think Ben Simmons is better than Franz, but the Magic also, that'll be their second pick in the top 10. So they draft somebody like Suggs with their first pick, and then they, trade for Ben Simmons using the second pick. Other than that, no.
Okay. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think this is it. I think I'm out of Ben Simmons takes.
Can't be. Again, the season's not over.
Season ain't even started. Oh, Ben Simmons' season isn't over. Well, when is it coming to an end? Let me ask you that. When is Ben Simmons' season coming to an end?
I can't tell you that, but I know it's not over.
Okay, John. I see you. I see you, John Bull. DeMarcus Cousins.
Come on, big fella.
Come on home. Come on home, DeMarcus.
Come home, big fella.
So DeMarcus Cousins changed his Twitter avatar to a rather exaggerated version of a DeMarcus Cousins cartoon in what appears to be a Kings uniform. Now, it's a generic purple uniform with the number 15 on it, but that certainly looks like a Kings uniform. So,
and he made it. Now, see, I don't know how Twitter works with these things. If you change your profile pic, do they automatically tweet out new profile?
You have to do that
so
yourself.
He let it be known.
Yep.
New profile pic here.
Yep. Let's see what some of the comments say on okay, there's John Bull right there. Right there at the top of the comments. Oh, good. There's Murph Dog with the eye emoji.
All our friends in there.
Please tell me he's coming back to the Kings. This one. Did I miss something? Oh, there's Miss P. Miss P right there at the top.
Wait a minute. I don't know if you got to scroll down or go up or whatever, but just find the Rich Man 87 in his reply.
I was looking at the quote tweets. Let's see, what's Rich Man 87? Oh dear. Oh man. I'll put the picture up for the crew. I'll put the picture up for the crew in the chat house. It's an announcer. It's a former announcer and it's a podcast host in a tuxedo. It's a podcast host in a tuxedo.
Come on home, big fella.
But, hey, I'm all for it.
Let's go. On home.
Let's go, DMC. Let's bring it on home. Bring it on home, which we're going to do with this show next. And I have no idea what that means. We have a whole show of stuff we haven't even touched on yet because Ben Simmons' season has been running rampant. We'll continue to talk to you. You want to get in on the phone lines for these last 45 minutes, you can. Remember, we're going commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour. That's 916-349-1320. We're coming back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
That was funny.
Oh man, I'm gonna find it for y'all just in case you ain't in there. I love it. I'm here for it. Oh man, where'd he go? All right, here y'all go. I got you. Oops, that's the wrong button. Share screen. Let's hit this one. Let's get this screen. Boom. There he is. There he is. There he is.
He looks like a Superman.
Oh man. Oh, I love it. Boogie, what does this mean? I love it though. When you go to the quote tweets, it's like the whole squad. I don't know who that is. Let's see you coming back to Sac. Let's get past all these dudes. This all wasn't there earlier. There's Sac Kings Tyler. There's Murph Dog. I know Miss P was right here. I know Miss P would be hyped.
Oh man, that might get her to move to Sacramento.
It might. I thought. Wait, didn't Miss P have some sort of announcement?
Yeah, she said next week. I mean, it's
next week.
She said next week. Last week. So I don't know, I don't know. Miss P, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. That is some funny stuff.
Let's see. Ted Lasso slander. I will not stand for Ted Lasso slander. This is in my DMs from my man Gerard. I'm gonna give it another shot, man. I swear.
Yeah, Ted Lasso.
Just one like it wasn't fair. I wasn't in the I love that we got that bottle of McQueen right there too.
Oh yeah.
I just wasn't. I just maybe I wasn't in the right place because I was like, yeah,
The timing wasn't right. You know, it could have been one of them things.
This ain't it. This ain't, you know. Wait, what?
Wow.
Did you see John? It does.
It does.
Did you see John's tweet? How I am K Diddy just described Ben Simmons supporters. They're all wearing tinfoil hats.
The Ben Simmons truthers.
I gotta bring back the share. Oh, that's great.
You know, the other thing,
so
the thing that also gets me with the people who support Ben Simmons, you know, once again, Damien, maybe it's the astrology sign Cancer. Maybe it's the Cancer in me. But let's be fair. Let's be fair here. I can say I'm not a huge believer in Ben Simmons and still acknowledge there are things that he brings to the table that could help a team. The Ben Simmons truthers, they can't acknowledge what's gone on at the end of games for the last 3 years. They're just like, no, you just don't know. He's a 3-time All-Star. Fam, do you watch what happens to him at the end? I said he's a 3-time All-Star Defensive Player of the Year. They just act like it don't happen. That's why we can never have a good, not me and you always have a good conversation, but the Ben Simmons truthers, that's why we can never have a good conversation.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way. And then they were like, then they want to hit me up like, Ben Simmons comes here, leads this team to the playoffs. You're going to eat crow. Okay. I don't care. So,
boy,
I got to tell you, man, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Like I said, the people I'm talking about, the interaction between me and Ben Simmons truthers on the internet.
Yeah.
And they come at me like, can't wait for Ben Simmons to come to Sacramento, lead this team to the playoffs. And at I am K Diddy's going to have to eat crow. I don't care. If we make the playoffs, so what? Oh, that's what we want. That's what we want.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
I love it, bro. Like you act like I'm gonna be mad if Ben Simmons were to come here and they would make the playoffs or whatever the case. I don't care. I'd be like, great, we're in the playoffs. Let's go. Let's work. I'll be happy. I don't care.
Hey, you are fired all the way up today, man, and I'm here for it. Real quick, man, shout out to my man Mike. He's part of the team, Sac City Mortgage. They're joining the squad here over at ESPN. He's a part of the D'Lo and KC Pick'em. I'm not sure if he's figured out how to get his picks in properly. But Mike's our guy. We're rocking with Sac City Mortgage. So shout out to Mike, man. We appreciate you.
What up, Mike?
To the squad here on ESPN 1320. If you want to get in on the final 40 minutes of this show, 916-349-1320. We'll probably go off the radio and be live forever on the YouTube stream because the Ben Simmons talk never comes to a conclusion. And I told you, man, I'm fresh out of takes. I don't know what to say. I've trashed Philadelphia fans today. I've trashed the process. I don't know.
You went in on the process.
The process was trash.
Yeah, you went in.
All of that to get to the second round of the playoffs. You couldn't have done that without being as bad. You couldn't have done that without winning 9 games in a year or whatever you did.
Tragic.
You lost me on that. You couldn't have done that without missing. Didn't they draft New Orleans Noel? Was that Philly?
Yeah, I think they did. I feel like they did.
I know they drafted Markelle Fultz.
They drafted Jahlil Okafor.
Drafted Jahlil Okafor. How did all of this work out?
Second round.
They basically drafted Ben Simmons, or excuse me, they basically drafted Joel Embiid. They got Ben Simmons, and I do think it worked out well for them. Then they worked, everything else worked in free agency. It's not like they were trading top picks. Landed Jimmy Butler, blew that.
That's the one.
For some reason, signed Al Horford, blew that. Not a knock on Al Horford. That just didn't make any sense. They've screwed up more things than they've gotten right.
For sure. Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Milwaukee comes along. No process there. Passes them up. Meanwhile, Miami never rebuilt after going to, 4 straight NBA championships. Just kept moving. Went back to another one, by the way.
What?
Kept on riding. They went back to an NBA Finals. You can call it whatever you want to. They were in the bubble. They were in NBA Finals.
They did fall off for a little bit. Never drastically, but they did.
Not long, man. Not long.
No, not long at all. Not long at all. Not long at all.
But yeah, the process. Overrated, overhyped garbage. I, honest to God, I'd rather talk about the DeMarcus Cousins Sacramento King avatar cartoon. I got power rankings
right now.
I don't know what to do.
I'm trying to tap in, trying to say, yo, it's good. What you got? I'm trying to tap in. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on right now.
It's out there in the universe. It's out there in the universe. Boogie back to the Kings? Question mark. DeMarcus Cousins' new profile pic has NBA Twitter speculating about a potential return.
Who said that?
You know who said it. Our favorite website. No word on if Andrew Bailey pushed out that notification, but that was a tweet from Bleacher Report.
Hey, quick on the draw.
Let's see what Mark Stein says here. To expand on a point in this Ben Simmons deep dive, Philadelphia will certainly have the option to fine or even suspend Ben Simmons in October for failing to render services if you persist with a holdout. But actual money can't be docked from Ben Simmons' checks until November. Okay. Well,
he already said he will miss the money.
Yeah, it's easy to say when you can't miss it. You know what I mean? Well, he can't miss any money on September 21st or 2nd or 3rd or 4th or 5th. He's not going to miss any money. It's easy to say you're willing to miss the money when the money's not there to be missed. Now, if we get into November, and I can't believe that we would get there, but if we get to November, maybe his tune changes. I don't know how. I haven't looked up Ben Simmons' career earnings. I don't know what my man got in the bank.
We pocket watch. It's got to be 70 to 80 million.
Okay, so that's career earnings. I mean, comfortably, and we're not even talking about spending. Cut that in half.
40 million.
And that's he's good with that being his money forever.
It ain't his money forever. If you're Rich Paul, you'd be like, look, man, you're gonna get money. Actually, I'm looking here. I think he got $26 million in his career, not including the 30 that he got last year on the first year of that deal.
So he's got 56. Yeah, 56.6.
Yeah,
his career earnings so far.
If I'm Rich Paul, I'm like, what you think you're gonna be the first player that they just cut and never paid $126 million? No, like you hold out, you don't play, they'll move on from you. Your contract will start back up, and if you lose, he ain't even gonna lose a full year salary.
33 million.
He ain't losing a full year salary.
I don't think so either. This is the one take I got left is to talk about the money. It'd be 33 million this year. That would put, if he played the rest of this contract, his career earnings up to that point at 173. And if he's bad as you say he is, he ain't gonna get another contract that look like this.
No, he's not gonna get another contract.
This is the biggest. This is and maybe that should be if he's as bad as you say he is, this is gonna be the biggest money he's ever gonna earn. He ain't ever gonna earn anything close to this again.
Well, luckily for him, this ain't the NFL. He gonna get that money. He gonna get the money.
I mean, he'll get money, but he ain't gonna get that money.
No, I'm saying he's going to get this contract.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You think this is going to play out?
The second one, I don't think it'll be this, but it'll be a lot of money.
Which is why I don't know. You just sneeze at losing $33 million this year.
You're not going to lose $33 million this year.
I don't think that he is either. But I'm saying I think it's easier to say, oh, I'm willing to lose the money, or it's easy for Rich Paul to say, I'm willing to lose the money when there ain't no money to be lost yet. Talk to me on Christmas Day if you're still willing to lose the money.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Trust me, I hear what you're saying. But they know they're not, like, $33 million ain't even real. Like, they're not losing 33. They may be losing. When they say they're willing to forego money and suspensions and fines and all that, they talking like $1-2 million. They're like, we ain't tripping off that. $1-2 million. Like, it's because it's just gonna be fines, right? Like, I don't even think
he can't miss game checks until there are games to be missed.
Right.
So yeah, he could be fined.
When they talked about losing money, they talked about training camp. Like, we're not gonna report. Fine us all you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all.
And then they might even do one of them things. This is what I would do. You report for the games. My back is broken.
Spinal.
My hammy. What you gonna do? A hammy. Back spasm. That's the one, because you can't even x-ray that thing. Back spasms.
Yeah. Ben Simmons shows up at training camp. I don't feel like we've used that button enough today. Checked in with Marshall Harris, by the way. Marshall Harris is letting us know that wearing the tie was not his choice.
Well, it looks good.
He looks fantastic, but he hit us with an emoji and said it was not my choice. He looks
good, man. He looking sharp, man.
Looks good. That's over there at Damian Barling. You could check out if you want to take part in all of the fun that Kenny's having on social media today. That's at IMKDiddy. Available for you there. And then, of course, at D11KC and at ESPN 1320. You could take part in the conversation right now, as so many of you are. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. We appreciate everybody who's been hanging out with us today on YouTube, Twitch, of course, on the radio, on the Odyssey app. Let's not bury the lead here. DeMarcus Cousins changed his avatar to what appears to be a Sacramento Kings cartoon. That's really the story here. To hell with Ben Simmons seasons. We're on Boogie Watch now. We are straight up on Boogie Watch.
100% on Boogie Watch, man.
DeMarcus Cousins being back with the Sacramento Kings and Grant Napier being gone is just the greatest freaking story the good Lord could possibly tell. You talk about deserving a statue outside the Golden One Center. DeMarcus Cousins deserves a statue. Inscribe that tweet in the wall.
Yeah. That's in the it'll be in the base of the statue, right? You know, like at Staples Center, they got Magic Johnson and all his accomplishments on a plaque in the statue.
Yep.
Just that tweet is going to be in Boogie's statue.
Yeah, let's bring Boogie back. You're right. He put it out there, and has he tweeted anything? He ain't tweeted anything since. He put that out there just 22 minutes ago.
Just interesting. Just interesting.
When John Bull alerted us to this, we were in on it early. There were about 15 quote tweets, 80 likes. Now we're at 213 quote tweets and 1,600 likes.
Damn.
Is Cousins making a return to Sacramento? I can't wait for the Kings to start Boogie at point guard next to Bagley, Holmes, Tristan Thompson, and Lynn. Who's this smart ass? Oh, he's a SB Nation writer. Why is that even remotely surprising? Oh, Kevin Fippen in here. This is going to end up being an NFT thing, isn't it? Oh, Kevin Fippen just.
He might be right too.
NFTs aren't cartoons, are they?
I don't know, man. I'm just not getting my hopes up because I want my man's back.
Well, at least he's rocking Kings colors. Yeah. Well, he got people talking. All right, Boogie, let's go. Get it. Yo, reach out to you, man. Let's get something going here. What are we waiting for?
I already did.
Oh, did you? Oh.
Like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. I act like Kenny ain't reach out to nobody. You got the whole E40 thing booked in a matter of a couple of days.
Oh, no, that was a collaborative effort. Come on now.
Do we got E40? Do we have to talk E40 into the video?
From everything that I've heard, his video should be straight. He should be good. From everything that last time that I checked, the video should be all good.
Let's get him. I'm hitting this one for a different reason. Come on, man. Yo, we're going to carve some time out for E40 coming up on Friday, 3:20. E40 will be with us here on D-Lo and KC. We'll have some fun with 40 Water for sure, leading into the 49ers' first home game of the season. Of course, that's a Sunday night affair, which will give us a start time for game day with Kenny Caraway at 3.
It's at 3. I got to double check with Danny in San Francisco because, we only got an hour. So the pregame show for the not national, but the 49ers network, they might go at 4:20.
Oh, I see.
So if they go at 4:20, we go at 3:20.
I got
you.
you.
Got to double check on that. But,
okay. All right. We'll make your plans to be with Kenny Caraway on ESPN 1320, Twitch, YouTube, and get you ready for that Sunday night football affair with the now 1-1 Green Bay Packers against the 2-0 San Francisco 49ers. Before this whole day goes by, do you want to hit some power rankings here? We'll continue to take calls on Ben Simmons and DeMarcus Cousins and the emoji and the avatar and that whole deal. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here. Power rankings. Why don't you go first? Because I think I think I'm going to draw the ire of you a little bit. Maybe not. I'm not sure. I might.
You might.
I don't know.
You might. I don't like that tone, Damien.
I feel like I thought about this a lot. Bradley Chubb undergoing arthroscopic procedure on his ankle on a Wednesday. They usually claim those procedures will keep you out 6 to 8 weeks. He ain't going to be feeling good in 8 weeks. But maybe he'll be back out there on the floor. That's a big loss for the Denver Broncos. That was one of the many, 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 many injuries that happened over the weekend.
Well, get well soon.
You want me to lead us with power rankings?
No, I'm ready. I'm actually like thinking about what could have me so amped up that you got going on in the power rankings. I'm gonna go with mine first.
I might have oversold it. I just go ahead.
Okay. So number 1 for me in the power rankings, the Bucks.
Yeah.
Number 2, the Rams.
Yep.
Number 3, the Chiefs. I wanted to do one of those things where the team loses. I got to, they get bumped down. The team below them bumps up. Number 4 is the 49ers. I thought about putting the 49ers in that number 3 slot, but I'm thinking about the power rankings and just what I believe out of these two teams. Right now, I'm more impressed with the Chiefs than I am the 49ers. So I'm keeping the Chiefs at 3, putting the Niners at 4. And at number 5, last week I had the Arizona Cardinals. They aren't number 5 anymore.
Oh.
Raiders.
Wow.
Number 5 in KC's power rankings. So all you crying Raider fans that hopped in these chatty house and all this other stuff yesterday on D-Lo and KC, are you happy?
Okay.
Are you happy?
I see you. So we got Bucks, Rams, Chiefs. Who was 4? 49ers?
Niners. Yeah.
And then the Raiders. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe you won't have a big problem with what I did. I too took the Cardinals out. I too put the Las Vegas Raiders at 5. Derek Carr has got my attention. I don't know how long they're going to stay there, but the Raiders they've got my attention. I too put a 1-loss Kansas City team in here at number 4.
I know where you're going here.
Do you?
Yeah.
Because that number 3 is the team that beat Kansas City.
That's
I put the
crazy.
Baltimore Ravens at number 3.
It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. I don't have a big problem with it, though.
I took the Cardinals out. Didn't put San Francisco in. I got enamored with that game that I watched on primetime and thought, man, if I'm putting the Raiders in here and I had the Chiefs in here and the Ravens, I'm looking around. I'm like,
there's a lot going on there.
There's a
calculator right
lot
now.
happening here. I maybe should have put the Raiders at 3 and the Ravens at 4 and the Chiefs at 5. But man, when you beat the Chiefs, to me, you automatically you get a little extra clout. Now, I think it's going to be different next week. But I did put the Ravens above the Raiders, and I put them at 3. Rams at number 2, Bucks at number 1. I don't know when the Bucks are going to be leaving that number 1 position. So
might be leaving it this week.
We got this week.
We got a 1 verse 2.
Oh, is it the Rams? That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
We got a 1 verse 2 going on.
God, I'm gonna be rooting for the Rams so hard. I'm begging for the Rams to get this win. I mean, I know
got a soft schedule, man.
That's why I'm begging for the Rams to get this win. I need this stuff to stop. I need it to stop. I don't want to hear this no more.
It can keep going. The disrespect from the national media and Damian Barling, that can keep going as well. And they're just going to go out there and just keep winning games, man. That's all we
should have put the Raiders at 3, man.
Raiders at 3 ahead of the Chiefs.
I should have gone Raiders, Ravens, Chiefs. The Raiders, I'm just so hesitant, though. I don't believe it yet. That's the problem. I don't believe it yet. But I think I believe in the Raiders more than Arizona. Like at the end of the man, it's tough. I should have given the Raiders a little bit more love this week.
Well, the Raiders get a lot of love, people. Shout out to our guy Sam. You know what I mean? Sam, we came to the Top Golf event. He said, "You'll never talk about no Raiders." Look at the love we giving them, Sam.
Is this this is a real sentence from Patrick here in the chat? That is wow. He said, "Both y'all sleeping on Sam Darnold?" Yeah. Yeah, I got like an Ambien on Sam Darnold. Man, stop it. Will W, I'm not even sure Raider fans fully believe. I understand. Like, I would get why Raider fans are like, ooh, falling back a little bit. Like you got us last year. Hell, you got us the year before. I can't tell you that I believe in the Raiders for the entire season. But they beat the Ravens, and that's worth something. And I just believe. I think I'm doing BCS style here.
Yeah. See, the thing about it is,
and we all know what
sure
trash
the Ravens
BCS was.
Are that good?
Wow. I don't think we see eye to eye on that. Now, I don't know that the Ravens are going to be top 5 when we're done, but I think the Ravens are all right. I mean, I think as long as Lamar Jackson is there, I'm with the Ravens.
They better than the Browns? I think it's about even. I don't know. I'm just asking.
I mean, if it comes down, if they're even and it comes down to Lamar versus Baker, I'm taking Lamar, even if it's by a nose. But I did pick the Cleveland Browns to go to the Super Bowl.
They're going as a wild card. Doing the New York Giants.
Well, no, I haven't seen enough from the Browns yet. That's kind of what it all boils down to. Is like I just haven't seen enough from the Browns.
You saw enough to put them in a Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, no, for sure. Like that was my preseason pick. That was sight unseen. I was looking at that roster. Absolutely. No, I stand by that.
I'm going in that particular situation. I'm going with the Ravens.
Okay.
I'm going with the Ravens, but it's close. It's a debate.
You got a powerless?
I always have a powerless rankings.
What do you got?
Number 1.
Ben Simmons at number 1?
We'll go number 1. Number 1 stays the same. It's the Jags.
That ain't changing.
They're terrible. Number 2 stays the same. It's the Lions. They stink. Number 3, we got a new number 3 because they were number 5 last week. It's the New York Jets. Poor Bob Saleh. Oh, it's looking rough, man. That boy Wilson. Romo doesn't look like right now. It's not looking good for Romo.
Man,
not looking good for him.
As Troy Aikman would say, he would like to have that one back.
Number 4, I got the Texans. They were number 3 last week. And number 5, I got the Falcons. They were number 4 last week.
Okay. I kept I haven't put the Lions in the powerless rankings yet. These spaces are occupied by the Giants at number 5, the Texans at number 4, the Falcons at number 3, your man Bob and the Jets at number 2, and the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are probably not leaving that position anytime soon at number 1.
Not anytime soon at all. Our guy, Aceberg Slim, in the chat, he says, I'm about to quit the Jets. He's a Jets fan.
Oh, why though?
Because they stink. Oh, why is he a fan?
No, why is he a Jets fan?
I believe that it's because Jay-Z was talking about Gang Green a long time ago.
That's a really stupid way to put. That's a really stupid reason to put yourself through all of this.
Yeah, it's tough.
That was a tough.
He did.
Now
ask
I don't
me one
think.
time, he said, "Would it be okay if I went to the Giants?" I was like,
I don't think so.
I don't think it'd be okay. But hell, you are a Jets fan. If you want to jump, whatever you want to do at this point, do what you want to do.
Man, fan how you want to fan. David Jackson says you're going to need a 12-step program there to deal with that Jets team.
Here's Tim Morris. I love all these rankings after 2 games. You're right, Tim. Let's never do anything on the radio again.
Let's not talk about what we see on a week-to-week basis. Like, we're going to take a break for the next 17 weeks, and we'll be back. We'll be back in 17 weeks. Just enjoy dead air.
Ramsey says the Falcons can dig their way out of with a win over the Giants on Sunday. I'm gonna tell you right now in the pick 'em, I'm going with the Giants.
Giants over who?
The Falcons.
Yeah, the Falcons are terrible, man. Falcons are awful. Keep messing around, Tim. We're gonna make you listen to Doug Gottlieb every day. Knock it off. Knock it off. It's youtube.com/ESPN 1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. 916-349-1320 if you want to talk a little bit. Been an eventful day here in the chat. Been an eventful day on social media. We spent the whole day talking about Ben Simmons and then DeMarcus Cousins. By the way, can we show some love to JJ Redick? JJ Redick retired today. His Old Man in the Three podcast. He's a wily veteran. Some people
he's a wily veteran. Are you old enough to remember the hysteria that was JJ Redick at Duke?
Absolutely.
Oh man,
absolutely,
big time. And he was one of those guys where he was such a good player and such a big name in college.
Yeah.
And let's just keep it a stack. Like, a lot of people looked at him like, oh, he's good at Duke, white guy, not very athletic. He's not going to be able to make it in the NBA. He was really good in the NBA. He was. I was glad to see him have that type of career.
I actually don't think he gets enough credit for how good he was in the WNBA. I think the WNBA. I don't think he gets enough credit for how good he is in the NBA. Yeah. I think he's always referenced as like a specialty player because he's such a great shooter. Like, oh, you need to show. Oh, JJ Redick. Oh, you need to JJ Redick. No, this is a dude who's averaged 17 points in a season, 18 points in a season, 6. Like, he had a really, really good pro career.
Yeah.
I think far better than most people realize. And you're right. He was the perfect Dookie.
Mm-hmm.
He
got a lot of hate for that.
Oh, for sure.
It was him and Adam Morrison, right? That college basketball year. I think they were the, top 2 draws that year.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had and like you said, there was a time, I think it was with the Magic.
Yeah.
Where he was like 17 points a game or something like that. Like, he was legit. He was legit out there.
Wasn't Adam Morrison on the Lakers when the Lakers played Orlando in the finals? And it was Adam Morrison versus JJ Redick. That was the punchline. It was Adam Morrison versus JJ Redick in the NBA finals.
Yeah. I think Adam Morrison had tore his ACL that year too. He was out.
I think he was completely healthy and just didn't play. But
one of the years, I feel like one of the years he got the title when maybe he was still in Charlotte when he tore his ACL. That might have been the issue. 18 points a game in 2018, 2019, 17 in 17-18, 15 points per game for the Clippers in 16, 16.3, 16.4, 15.2. In the prime of his career, JJ did some good stuff, man. He was double digits from 2010 all the way to 2020. For 10 years, he was a double-digit scorer in the league.
I did not realize how short Adam Morrison's career was.
Yeah.
It was extremely short. Like, he was okay his rookie year, I guess. He was all right.
Mm-hmm.
Then he had the injury. He was still in Charlotte,
Mm-hmm.
and he was never the same. Like, he
essentially
never came back from that injury.
Yeah. I was done after that.
His career was 4 seasons.
Wow.
Man.
I remember
cold game.
I remember I saw Adam Morrison his final year at Gonzaga. I was living in the Bay Area. Gonzaga came to, I guess, the Sound the Hill, went up and played USF. And I was in college. Somehow we got some little tickets, to get in the building. And we saw him in there. And when I mean, this was like old school people hanging from the rafters. I was one of them people hanging from the rafters. Like, we didn't have a seat, standing room only. We're like kind of leaning against this rail, and they were packed to see Adam Morrison. Packed. He was a phenomenon that last year at Gonzaga. And I remember in that game he produced. He hit a couple big shots late. He might have had 20-some points. I don't know what the case may be, but he was a bucket when he was at Gonzaga.
Yeah. Yeah, he was, and then he wasn't. It's just fascinating how the game can change so much for a player.
Mm-hmm.
How much the game changed for Adam Morrison. I mean, JJ Redick's career, you just had the stats in front of you. Correct me if I'm wrong, kind of ramped up. It's not like he came out super hot.
Yeah.
Like, they ramped up to that stretch where you were talking about where he was double digits for, I think his last handful of years in Orlando.
Yeah,
then he goes to Los Angeles, and the way he winds up finishing his career. But his legit contemporary played 4 years and was done. Now, I do think just looking at numbers alone, the injury had to have played like some sort of factor in that. He never regrouped from that injury. I think he averaged 11 points in his first season, and then he was legit. He was done after that. Like, he was completely done. But JJ Redick had a hell of a career. He'll have a place in sports media if he chooses to, if he wants it.
JJ Redick, his first 3 years in the league, 6 points, 4 points, 6 points. And
okay.
I don't know if
is this going to lead to another "don't give up on Marvin Bagley" thing.
No, I didn't even think about that. But I was just going to say, like, just today, like, if Davion Mitchell goes 6, 4, and 6 in his first 3 years as an NBA player, I mean, bust, trash, anything that you want to label him as, that's what's going to be flying around when you talk about that pick. And what are we, 14, 13 years later? We're sitting here talking about JJ Redick. What a really good career he had. 10 straight years of double digits, culminating with 18.1 one of those years. Sometimes you got, and JJ Redick was a 4-year guy, I think. At the very least, he was a 3-year guy. So he came into the league at like 21, 22 years old. It wasn't, hey, he's still a kid. Like, he could at least drink. And yeah, man, sometimes you gotta give these guys some time. Sometimes that's the case.
You know what else is interesting to look at with JJ is his first season, he played 42 games, then 34, 64. First 2 years, he didn't start any. He played 82 games for the first and only time in the 2009-2010 season. Played 78 games a couple of times. Yeah, he didn't have a lot of opportunity his first couple of years in Orlando.
Wow.
Yeah, but again, he was tremendous. So congratulations to him. A solid career. Great podcast. And I'll be interested to see who calls him, because he's going to get a call, whether it's Turner or it's ESPN, or he just makes bank doing that podcast. He's going to get a call from someone in sports media who could offer him a lot of money should he choose to accept it.
That's for sure.
I keep glancing over here at the chat and see people going crazy over DeMarcus Cousins, and I guess they're still going crazy over the Avatar.
I think so.
I keep looking. I keep
I'm
looking to see if I'm missing breaking news. There ain't no breaking news in here. I get where all. Hey, I'm excited too. I don't know if that means what we think it means. But I'd be thrilled if it means
30,
what I
40
think.
minutes later, we're still getting the initial, Boogie.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's cool, man. We're glad that you're hyped. The chat house is the place to be when some news like this dropped. Or actually, there is no news. When a rumor, like I don't even know that this is a rumor. It's legitimately just a picture, like it's a cartoon. Now he really could have set the internet on fire if he posted a picture like with him arm in arm with like Monty. Now that would have set that would have set King's Twitter on fire.
Absolutely.
But I feel like this probably means something else. I'm not familiar with the NFT world that Kevin Fippen was talking about, but yeah, I don't think this means what we hope it means.
Yeah. Hopefully we're wrong though. I'm not getting my hopes up. I don't want to be hurt again. Oh, look what just came across my
I see someone.
My timeline. 49ers released defensive back D Virgin from their practice squad.
See, there you go. Your timeline's a little slow. Your timeline ain't scored yet.
Somebody had quote tweeted it, but it just keeps coming up.
I see somebody quote tweeted you. Kenny tweets, "There's no way in hell I'm including Davion Mitchell in a Ben Simmons trade. Some human being named Professor Oak." And he has the King's Herald in his Twitter. I'm not familiar with this individual. I believe I've seen him around before. He says, "At this rate, Kings fans will be, I'm not including Chimezie Metu in a Simmons trade by January." Well, hell, Professor Oak, you ain't got to wait till January. I ain't trading Chimezie Metu. Ain't getting rid of Freeport. You out your mind?
Freeport in the house, man.
Let's get Will on the line to wrap us up here. I don't know why I put that. Oh, there's a handsome picture of us right there.
Nice.
There's a couple of good-looking guys over there on the YouTube stream. 916-349-1320. Will, what's going on, baby?
Hey, fellas, well, I guess I got to send you the picture so you can show the ladies what I look like. Huh?
Okay, Will.
Okay.
Easy, Tiger. Easy, Tiger.
Well, I mean, you learn with that. So, hey, I really like what you're saying. I've listened all through here about JJ Redick. I mean, JJ, you got to think it's not just the scoring factor. JJ is a lockdown defender. He really and he knew his role. After that first couple of years being a high draft pick, he's one of those guys who got it and learned the fact that he was going to be a role player in the NBA, but he could have a good role and make a lot of money doing it. And he did both. And I actually really see him as coach type eventually. I mean, I see he'll go broadcast for a bit and then probably move into the coaching ranks. It wouldn't surprise me in the league.
I think he has a basketball IQ absolutely to be a coach and the ability to teach. I can see that. I'm just saying. You said lockdown defender. I was cracking up. He was a smart defender. He was a very good team defender.
But there's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for that.
It is really damn good. I would never label JJ a lockdown defender though.
I also, it's worth pointing out, it sounds like dude just wants to be at home. Like if you watch the video this morning, I know I mentioned sports media. I don't think any of that's the case. I honestly think dude just wants to be at home right now. Doesn't mean he can't be a coach later,
right?
Or anything along those lines. I think he wants to be at home. He has earned $116 million in his playing career.
Ooh.
$116 million for JJ Redick in his 15 seasons as a professional basketball player.
Hey man, good for him, man. Good for him. Let me loan a dollar. Let me borrow a dollar.
I love Twitter, man. I'm staying on Twitter all day. Oh dear.
What you getting?
Oh dear. Now there's parody accounts involved. All right. I just said I love Twitter. Now I'm closing it. And I know there are some people in this chat house who create parody accounts. You know who you are. I ain't gonna say no one's name. I ain't gonna mention anyone's name, but you know who you are. Leave them parody accounts alone. Stop tagging me in them. For goodness sakes. DeMarcus Cousins watch is on.
It is on.
It's Ben Simmons season with DeMarcus Cousins watch. Oh man, social media is wild. All it took was a cartoon in purple. We hope you had as much fun as we did today. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Make sure you follow us there. Hit the heart button on the Odyssey app. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching the show, and many of you are, please hit the thumbs up before you go. And if you're not yet a subscriber, go become one. There's lots of great content over there on the YouTube channel. And most importantly, we appreciate you for being with us. And we'll see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Oh, man. I need to know who created this account. I am the greatest play-by-play professional in the National Basketball Association. Also have millions of views on my podcast. DC is a coward. That's the description. That's very true. It's actually him disguised as a parody account.
That's next level.
Okay. No, this is absolutely one of our people. It's 100% one of our people.
Oh, we're responsible for this?
No, who is it? Which one of y'all created this account? Which one of y'all created this account? I gotta know.
Yeah.
No, the one it's on Twitter. It's not on the it's on Twitter. Who is the NBA player most likely? Chiron's stupid. This is Chiron's account. Who is the NBA player most likely to get caught buying or selling fake vaccination cards? Chiron says Kyrie Irving. Oh, man.
Boxing world's been buzzing today with this Canelo Caleb Plant dust up at the press conference. I saw that cut on his eye. All right. It didn't look like Caleb was slept there. He got cut and wasn't slept. Who slapped him? All right. So Canelo cuts him with an open hand slap. Oh man, I love it. It's gonna be a heck of a build up. It's gonna be contentious. Caleb Plant, he's capable of beating him. Will he beat him? It's tough, man. Said something about his mom, didn't he? Yeah. But Caleb wasn't ready to fight. Canelo was ready. Caleb thought it was just going to be a little slap session. Canelo was ready. Pop, pop. Caleb Plant will be ready on November 8th or whenever they're fighting. And he's going to put some hands on Canelo. He's going to put hands on Canelo. Will it be enough to get a win? I don't know. But he's going to put hands on Canelo.
Y'all talking a foreign language. I don't even know what y'all talking about. But y'all was in here strong today, man. We appreciate it.
Indeed.
Kings basketball and Ben Simmons set it off. Set it off like Jada and Queen Latifah.
Got the chat going up on a Tuesday. Yeah, that guy never really panned out.
Who?
What was his name? Tanium or something. The guy who sang that song. I don't know. But Drake got on it and made it a hit.
Sounds right. Sounds right. Huh. Do you have a meeting today? Do either one of y'all have a meeting today?
Don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. I do not have a meeting today. No.
What's going on with you guys, man? What you guys thought? Mark, yeah, what's his name? Marcanian or Marconin? Maconin. There you go.
Here's a question from Tim.
It
might be a bit extreme. Would you be pissed if Simmons is traded for a less offer than the Kings could offer? I wouldn't be pissed. I'd be curious though. Like something lesser than Marvin and Buddy.
Yeah, no.
I'd be curious.
I'd be interested. I wouldn't be pissed at all.
Yeah, I think at this point Simmons isn't worth getting worked up over. I do think he could help. That's just my opinion. I think he could help.
And I agree with that.
But I also, unlike Professor Oak, I have zero interest in trading Davion Mitchell or any person that I believe to be a part of the core. Not even core, just core.
Just core.
Yeah. Not interested. Yeah, we did leave one clip out there from Davion talking about the three guard lineup we could use tomorrow. I need DeMarcus to announce he's coming back right around 11 o'clock tomorrow. Who do you have in mind?
Okay.
Or do you want to save him for like Sunday? Are you doing post Sunday?
I think so. I think I am. Yeah, you kind of flaked on me on Sunday.
Oh yeah, we can't do that then.
Wasn't feeling that.
Do you want to do post on Sunday? I got you. Say no more, dog. Say no more, dog. Say no more.
Yeah.
Man, that's tough.
Yeah, that's a long one.
I'll start the combo. That's tough.
But about him, I ain't looking at him no type of way. He can come on for sure.
Have we ever had Cam on? Has he ever even responded to us?
No.
Oh, that's right. He did. That's right. I remember. Yep.
We came on day off. What press conference?
Maybe the one. I feel like it was the one after the trade. Remember Kyle and John did a press conference right after the trade was made?
Yeah.
And I feel like he joined us then. I think. But I do remember him being on.
But yeah, either one of those guys. I'm a look
try
for
Cam first.
A Green Bay guy to reach out to for probably Thursday.
Yep, he sure does. I think Roman beats the Demon on Sunday. Sure does. I like that they kept the Demon off television for a while. I don't think so. I like Finn Balor and the Demon. However, we're doing this, but I don't know. I don't think that's the right call. My honest feeling is with, and I know like there's this constant like you've got to protect guys, but with Roman, what you've done with Roman for the last year and some change, when he loses, it has to be meaningful.
Yeah, that's
like you took a lot of the meaning away of Bobby Lashley's loss by having, having the fake injury. even if you had just done it when he was tired, like you had a story there, but you did the fake knee injury. And then, oh, by the way, a week later, he comes out and isn't limping. He's completely healthy and is destroying everybody in sight. So he lost his championship because he had a knee injury that lasted a week. They did light JR on fire. That's true. They did light JR on fire. That's a solid point. That's a solid point.
You know, I was traumatized for a couple of days, maybe a week, on the one thing that happened with Val Venus. Remember when they had him in the locker room?
Aye, choppy, yo, pee.
Yo, I thought they got him. I was like, yo,
they really put that stuff on TV, man.
I said, yo,
jeez.
What? I was tripping for about 3 or 4 days. And then the next Raw, I was like, nah, I'm not really tripping. Because I don't even think he was there the next Raw. I think it was a Raw after that when he revealed that they missed.
Looks like we got a landmark podcast to do coming up in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Just got a message on that. I see you, Coach. We on it. I know, Bryce, like I get it. I just don't think the Demon is the guy. I don't shoot. I think I would have rather been Finn Balor than the Demon. I don't think that's it. All right. Looks like people are filtering out. Let's wrap up. Today was fun. Today was a totally improv show. We had a show planned for you. I'm gonna cut and paste a whole bunch of stuff over to tomorrow.
I thought we were going to end up having the rankings on tomorrow.
We were close. Man, we were damn
Boogie
close.
would have said one more thing.
One more. If Boogie had tweeted the eyes, the little eye, the lurking eyes, yeah, we would have worked. Yeah, I don't think it's burying Finn Balor, Bryce. I just think it's no one's beating him. I mean, I just think it's that simple. You got to have credible guys. I don't know. We'll see.
It can't be. It can't be a Finn Balor.
I don't think it can either. And I like Finn a lot, but it's not it.
That would be no disrespect. That would be a major disappointment for this Roman thing.
That's true.
Brother Vince.
They did a good job last night. I'll just say that. They did a really good job last night.
I gotta check that out. Stretch run gets started tonight. I don't know if they have another day off, the Giants, for the rest of the season.
Oh. Padres tonight.
The crazy Padres. The dysfunctional Padres. Watch them get it together. It'll be disgusting. But yeah, I'm gonna be tapped into that, man. Let me just make sure while we're all here. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They got one more day off next Monday. Well, we'll see how that plays out.
All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging with us today. It was a great day on the stream. It was a great show. We appreciate all that you bring. And we'll get back. We'll have some more fun tomorrow. Ben Simmons season continues and Boogie Watch. See y'all tomorrow.